Welcome everybody to the Program and Personnel Committee meeting for May 8th. We'll start by call to order and a pledge of allegiance, if you would join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, packed agenda tonight. Let's get started. Invitation for public comment for the Program and Personnel Committee. Anyone wishing to address the committee?
We do have a group of students who are here. We weren't sure if they're going to make it tonight or our May board meeting, but they were able to come tonight. So I would like to invite them up for a special portion of public comment to hear from some of our students.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Woody, and I teach African American Studies at both Vernon Hills High School and Libertyville High School. We are so delighted to be here tonight because we're going to share highlights of our very first civil rights tour that we took April 12th through the 16th. Thank you to the board for allowing us this space, and thank you to administration on tonight. During this incredible, immersive learning experience, we were able to take 19 amazing students from both Libertyville High School and Vernon Hills High School on an immersive civil rights learning experience journey to Atlanta. We went to Birmingham, Montgomery, and Selma. I would like to thank Mr. Larry Barn. He was one of our chaperones for being with us, and also Tiffany Scott, who is a counselor here at Libertyville High School. They went with us as well. In Atlanta, just to give you a few highlights before the students speak, in Atlanta, we were able to visit the birth home of Dr. King. We also visited the Ebenezer Baptist Church, where he gave his very first sermon. We also visited the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change, where we had an encounter. This was not planned, but we met the personal assistant to Mrs. Coretta Scott King. And she came over and she shared with the students and talked about her life and her experience being with the King family. We also went to Birmingham to the 16th Street Baptist Church, where 4 little Black girls were killed by the KKK during the Birmingham Children's Campaign. We also visited in Montgomery, we visited the Legacy Museum. We visited also the Peace and Justice Memorial, and that memorial is dedicated to the thousands of African Americans that were lynched during the Jim Crow era. We also went to Montgomery. In Montgomery, we were able to visit the bus boycott, Rosa Parks bus boycott memorial there. We went to Selma. And today in class, we actually had a lesson on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. But these 19 students, we were able to actually march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge and commemorate what happened on Bloody Sunday there. So tonight, I'm so happy and so delighted that I have some of the students with me tonight. And we have one of our students, Demarion. Will you please raise your hand? This is Demarion Baker. He made a video that chronicles some of the experiences that we had on this amazing trip. Words cannot express how the students engaged in this trip. Words cannot express the learning they got. It was immersive, and what they came back to both schools with. They're still speaking about it in the classroom, and their main thoughts is that it's good to hear it in the classroom, but when you're actually there experiencing it, it makes a big difference. So we're going to watch this video. This is by one of our students, Demarion Baker. Take a look and listen.
She hopped in the car with the varsity on. Happy birthday, varsity. How we made it off the ride. Y'all good? How was Everybody liked it, man.
We will be sure, we will be sure. to the heavens. No man, no weapon formed against. Yes, glory is destined. Everyday women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skin become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. Justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all just ain't specific enough. One son died, the spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through Ferguson with our hands up. When it goes,
We are at the Peace and Justice Memorial Center. So what this represents is all the hangings that happened from the Ku Klux Klan, and it just bring a light on the people who was hanged, unfortunately.
now the war is not over. Victory isn't won, but we'll fight on to the finish. And then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh. Selma is now for every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got a crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing a league of justice, his power was the people. Enemy is lethal, a king became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a bald ego. No one can win a war individually. It take the wisdom of the elders and young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my eyes have seen the glory. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours, it will be ours. Oh,
Okay, at this time, we're going to hear for some of the students. They're going to give you highlights of what they learned on this first civil rights trip that happened this past April.
Hi, my name is Michaela Bowling. I'm a sophomore at Vernon Hills High School, and I'm very nervous right now, so I'm sorry if I messed up. So from this trip, I learned so much in such a little time. On our last night, we had like this little heart-to-heart thing in like the main area of the hotel. And when it was my turn to talk about like what we learned, I talked about at the Legacy Museum. It was a very beautiful experience and it was a very emotional experience. And there were these two quotes that really stuck out to me while we were there. And the first one was, and it was, both of these quotes were unknown, but the first one says, because we are Black, we do not expect justice and we don't seek justice. On tops of hundreds of jars that day that I'd seen filled with soil from areas where people had been lynched, and pictures of little boys with beatings and scars, stories of horrific tragedies of lynchings and other horrible acts of the Ku Klux Klan and other terrorists, I was filled with so much anger and pain. I began to walk around with my jaw clenched, my nails digging in my skin and my tears streaming down my face. What I'm experiencing right now. Standing in a room with everyone in this room is something they never got to experience. What made me so different from them? I thought about the fact that that could have been my father hanging from a tree, could have been my grandfather hanging from a tree, could have been someone they knew, someone I knew. And all these emotions, they were uncontrollable. I didn't know what to do with myself. So as I was kind of running around the hotel, the museum, I came across another quote, and angry at the men that wrongly jailed me for over half my life. I could hate, I could fight. I deserve to be angry, but my people are not people of anger. Though that is how we're portrayed, my people are people of power. So I take my anger that I had while I was in that cell and I turn it into power for what I can do to help others. And that power turns into contentment. What he said really opened my eyes because they know a lot of times when we were back, I'm like, I'm gonna be so angry going back home. But after seeing that quote, it made me realize I can't come back angry. I have to come back and understand that there are things I can do to advocate for those that'll come after me, like people did to advocate for me to be in this room right now. So that was something that really stuck with me. And still every day, our dean, Miss Powell, she'll tell you I'm in her room every day talking about things we can do to help the future POC in Vernon Hills and everywhere if it counts. So thank you. So all of my lovely friends kind of just want to like free ball off each other. So if y'all could come up here because I'm really nervous right now.
Okay, hi you guys. My name is Alicia Bond. I'm a senior at Libertyville High School. And I just really want to talk about how the trip really impacted me as a young African-American woman, just being able to experience things that I never even learned about, or just in general in American classes. Like, we don't get taught about Black history. We just learn like, oh yeah, slavery happened. And then like, you know, what's happening now. So we don't get taught like the deep roots of Black history. So being able to go to these museums and being in a different state and just seeing like they're learning things every single day that we should have known since we were young it's really crazy. So I just feel like this whole trip and all my friends that was on a trip with me, it was a really emotional experience. So I'm thankful for Mr. Woody, and I'm thankful for being on this trip, and I'm really thankful for this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Alex Gorley. I'm a sophomore at LHS. What I like most about this trip was that I got to see things that I had never learned about in elementary or middle school, or even the beginning of high school, really. Because in my early years of education, obviously we went over in history class slavery and the civil rights movement and whatever, but we never actually talked about it, talked about what happened, who was involved, who the biggest people in the civil rights movement were. I mean, what I didn't know before even coming to this trip was who Emmett Till was. And I think that's important for everyone to know, because Emmett Till was a 14-year-old boy who came from Chicago to, I think it was Mississippi. And he was just with his uncle. And at the time he was with I think it was his cousin, maybe another African-American boy. And they went into a store and he allegedly said something to a white woman. And for that, and just saying something, he was murdered completely brutally. He had a cotton gin strapped around his neck, part of it. It was horrible. And his whole body was just defiled, and it was horrible. And I just think everyone needs to learn about that. But yeah, that's why I think that Black history needs to be taught better in elementary and middle school instead of just later in life. So yeah, that's what I believe.
Hi, my name is Becca Hardy, and I'm a senior here at LHS. This trip was not only an educational experience, but it was also emotional and a life-altering experience. This trip needs to continue so that future classes can visualize, understand, and reflect on our country's past and the effects that are still occurring in this country today. This trip changed my life forever, and I will never be able to forget what I experienced, learned, and the bond that was created between all of us. And also the support given to all of us by our chaperones, and especially the passion Mr. Woody has for this class and all of his students. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Demarion Baker, and I'm a sophomore at LHS. So my experience from the trip was great, but I'm gonna talk about like everything prior before it. So last year as a freshman in a history class, just learning about history that, in my opinion, is not real and it's not the truth. So I would get angry and I would go talk to my counselor and I'd be like, I can't be in there no more. It's just I'm not learning anything because when I go home, I go watch documentaries about Black history, everything about the lynching, about Black Wall Street. And I was just like, why is this not being taught to me in class? Why do I have to teach myself this? I'm not a teacher, you know? So it's like, what about the other men or women with the skin of my color who can't learn about or even have the mindset to, okay, I'm gonna teach myself this, or even have the resources to find out? Because a lot of Black people I know, and as well as Mr. Woody would tell us in class about people he know who went through this stuff and saw it with their own eyes, they don't like to talk about it. It's very traumatizing and a strong fear that they feel if they talk about it, that I think. So yeah, that's why I feel about that. And I'm gonna talk about what resonated with me from the trip. So my experience at the historical sites was a teaching to myself that I'm not using my resources to their full length. I'm a product of change my ancestors fought for to make the world different for me. So I proudly think to myself now, I can make a change. I can be a better Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you, Mr. Woody, for the experience, and thank you, LHS, and thank you to my friends for making that a trip I will remember forever and tell my kids when I get old, you know. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I was told that we were gonna have all this time to speak, so I wrote a lot, but I'm gonna try to just sum it down for the second part on, because apparently I'm here to express to all of you why we feel that this class needs to stay here. Because I heard that it's not gonna be at LHS next year, which is really sad. Because it was most of them that went on the trip. It was only 4 from Vernon Hills. So to me, this class trip has to continue because it gives a deeper understanding to what shaped America and who shaped America. We didn't just learn about slavery in the I Have a Dream speech in a very dull way it was taught in middle school. We talked about specific events that happened during slavery, where it began, what it led up to, our freedom, and how we fought after we were freed. After about the hundreds of other people who advocated, it wasn't just MLK. There was so many other people that did such great things, and we don't talk about them. We learned about things that still go on today, like mass incarceration and racism in school, how that affects us and how that affects me. This class and trip were the first things that made me feel welcome in this town after 6 years of living here. My feelings were validated and I wasn't alone. I met amazing people, and I know many of them would agree that this class, because of this class and this trip, it finally feels like we're being advocated for. If it did that for us, I'm sure the upcoming classes, it'll do that for them too. Thank you.
So on another note, like the reason that I think this class should stay, like a personally experience I just had recently after the trip was on a Saturday night at 9 p.m. I was in my home and 2 or about 3 students or even more from this from this school came to my house in 2 vehicles and stayed in front of my house for minutes with a bullhorn microphone and yelled racist slurs. So this is an ongoing investigation too at the moment right now. And I just want to say, as being a Black man, being a Black man, when I got a call from when I found out that happened, instantly a rush of anger. And just thinking about the trip I just came from was like, man, why now? It's been a lot of years. Why is it still here? It's 2023. And it just been really hurtful for me as being a student at this school and being a boy of my color here. It makes it very uncomfortable. And I just try my best to move positively from it. So I think the class should stay because if those boys would have known and would have been mindful of what they was doing was wrong and that it wasn't just a joke or anything like that, I feel like they would have known, okay, I'm not gonna do that. And it's probably a lot more students, I hope not, that probably think that saying something like that would not be hurtful to that person. But I feel like if we keep this class here and we give it a resource to teach every student of every race that it is wrong to discriminate someone and call them names, we will all be better, nice, and this will be a better school to go to for anybody. Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you all. I'm always very impressed when the students get up here and reflect on some experience or whatever, but this is especially moving. Yeah, that's a good term. I was at a loss for words, unlike our students, but we appreciate you coming in and speaking with us. It's a very important topic, and the trip sounds fantastic. I wish I could have joined you on that, but and I think we'll maybe see a little more of this young man in some future documentaries sometime on on TV or something. Yeah, very nice job. Other comments, questions from the board members?
I would continue to support that trip.
One thing just to comment, we definitely encourage students to enroll in the trip here at Liberty, in that course at Libertyville. We just did not have enough enrollment for next year, but we will continue to make it available to students and continue to communicate the importance of it and all the amazing learning that will happen should students continue to, but it will be taught next year at Vernon Hills. So
And I think we have
positive
some
work
good,
will continue.
we have some good advocates here that will probably drum up some business for the class in the future semesters. So.
Just a question. So if we have any LHS students who want to go on that trip, can they still go even if there's no class offered here?
That is a question that I would want to give Mr. Woody and the equity team some time to consider. It definitely in the past, this first year was linked to curriculum in the class, but I think we would be open to having some opportunity. So I think that's an excellent idea for us to consider.
If I may ask another question, when the African American Studies course is presented in springtime, when it's time for registration or enrollment, is there any building level awareness kind of built around promoting the availability of that class so that more students may have the awareness to sign up for it rather than just being in, the standardized way in our course catalogs? I know we're opening up a big discussion here during public comment. While we're on the topic, would love to know.
I think it might be better to ask that question when both principals are here, who could talk about some of the ways. I know for any new course, we do make sure that it's publicized. I also know as social studies teachers, the year before, they do talk about all of the electives in the current courses. So I think we have some mechanisms built in place to make sure students are aware of the opportunities. But I'd want to give John and Tom a chance to maybe answer that question more fully at our meeting on the 22nd.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Along those lines, it may be too late, but for the LHS students who wanted to enroll, do we have the capability of allowing them to attend virtually?
I can't answer that question off the top of my head. I know we looked at there is one course currently that we have that will be taught remotely next year, just because of enrollment and teacher certification to teach it. Brian, do you recall?
So the way the structure is for teaching concurrently, so a teacher, the way it's set up this year is we have one class where the teacher teaches 3 days here at Libertyville, 2 days at Vernon Hills. So that the students get the in-person experience from the teacher, and then the other students are virtually. But in order to facilitate and do that, to have a teacher, they are a commuting teacher then 3 days a week or 2 days a week, to the other school, it's very difficult to put their schedule together and the student schedule together. So we committed to Calculus 3 next year, just like this year being offered dual credit course. And unfortunately, trying to finagle all the schedules, we just can't offer that many more with that type of format.
I think one other thing to acknowledge, this spring, we did have a difference in course offering between the two schools. At Vernon Hills, they agreed to pilot the AP version of this course. So it went from being a semester course to a full year course, and they did garner enough enrollment for that class to run. Libertyville did not feel prepared to run that course yet. So they only offered the semester-based class. And I think that could have contributed to a lower enrollment at Libertyville. But we are committed to making the AP African American course available for both groups of students next January when they enroll.
Was the lack of enrollment in the class in Libertyville, do you find that it was more about interest, or was it more about it was a conflict with other required courses for schedule? Was it more of a scheduling issue, or was it more of an interest?
It was not a scheduling issue at that time. We take all of the course requests and then build the curriculum or the course schedule after that. So this was simply the number of students who signed up for that class was not enough to garner a full teacher.
How many did? I mean, what is our benchmark?
I believe it was 8 or 9 students enrolled. Brian is
I think
probably
so.
calling the numbers up
I
here.
think it was 11 students that at Libertyville that, filled out for that semester course.
And what is our minimum in order to make it run?
So we look at like 13 for it to run. The other issue is that when you have one class being offered for 11 students, sometimes by the time you do the schedule, it may not be 11 students and it could drop down to 10 or 9. So that's why we try to look at that, like half of our optimum numbers.
If our optimum is 25, we've been trying to say at least 13 or 14. So because as a singleton, you are going to have conflicts then. So our goal is to run courses with at least 50% of our minimum. Knowing many other classes are, 23, 24, 25, which is where we're targeting them. But again, when we have a lot of different singletons, we try to be as consistent as we can in terms of.
I just want to make sure I understand for myself. So this would be considered a social studies requirement for graduation. So it is credited toward is this an elective?
This is an elective, a social studies elective. They do need elective classes towards their total amount to graduate,
Right,
but
right.
this isn't something all students are required to take. This is one of the choices students have towards their social studies requirement.
And I really want to express my gratitude to Mr. Woody. Thank you for teaching what you teach and how you teach. And thank you for making this trip possible and for bringing your very thoughtful students to the meeting so that we could hear directly from them. Thank you. You guys did a great job. Even those of you that were nervous, you did an excellent job.
Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for public comment? Okay, we'll move on. Equity policy update.
We thought this would be excellent timing also to have the students present before our annual, and actually it's last May, we made a similar presentation, but our equity policy calls for frequent updates to the board. And we broke that up into a few smaller presentations. So tonight is one of those portions of the update for equity. And I will turn it over to Larry Varn, who will give us the full context.
Thank you, Dr. Herman. Good evening, Board of Education and D128 community. Again, I'm Larry Barn, and I'm the Director of Equity and Inclusion, and I'm joined this evening by our campus equity coordinators, Ms. Tara Young from Vernon Hills High School and Ms. Ann Singleton from Libertyville High School. Together with the data team, we will be presenting some information around commitments 1, and then we'll be going on to talk about commitment 3. Unfortunately, Charlotte could not be with us this afternoon, but we certainly wish her a speedy recovery and that she will join us soon.
I'm sorry, Larry, who did you say is not with us tonight?
Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. Today's update will focus on commitment 1 and commitment 3 of our 11 commitments to equity. We'll be sharing with you data from our internal survey to monitor inclusion and updating you on our efforts to create an even more inclusive environment for learning with all students. Just as a reminder, commitment 1 is around identity affirming environments. And from our policy, we are committed to ensuring that D128 schools are identity affirming environments where students, their families, and the community feel safe, welcomed, and valued. The equity and inclusion data that we will go over tonight will provide some alignment to commitment 1. It is our internal measure. We also collect data related to equity and inclusion from our 5 Essentials survey, and that data has not been released yet from the state. This survey was administered to our faculty and students in January of this year. We will now go through an overview of what was also included in your report that goes into much greater detail. But we want to start by acknowledging the members of the inclusion survey team. These individuals worked diligently to ensure that the survey that was administered was inclusive and collected data that we could utilize to make decisions related to equity and inclusion for the district. Everyone listed here played a very important role from the preparation and administration of the survey to the data analysis and communication of the results. Here's a timeline for this particular survey. It shows an overview of where we started to actually where we are tonight. The team began back in December preparing and customizing the equity and inclusion survey. This was the 3rd of 3 surveys that we administered this year from Panorama, and it was the only one which we used customized questions. So those people who we talked about earlier in the committee, they were an essential part of making sure that we added some questions, adapted some questions to collect the data that we wanted to see. The Panorama question bank for this survey focused heavily on race, ethnicity, and cultural questions, which gave us a good starting point. But we wanted to expand the survey to ask about other types of discrimination as we use this work as an equity and inclusion team. We use Panorama question formats and then customize the content in order to broaden the scope of the survey. So based on the questions provided by Panorama, we were able to model and replicate those questions to provide data around different forms of identity-based discrimination that wasn't originally a part of the Panorama survey. And now let's get into the results. Before we look at the results though, I want to briefly explain how to read the Panorama survey results. All results in Panorama are reported as a % favorable, and we always want a large % favorable. So the larger the number % favorable, the better the result. No matter how the question is worded, the larger % favorable, the better the result. Here's an example. The first question on the slide reads, how often do students at your school have important conversations about issues involving faith and religion, even when they might be uncomfortable? Favorable responses for this question will be those that lean toward more often, such as frequently or almost always. The second question on the slide, though, how often do you personally experience discrimination based on your faith or religion in school? Here, a favorable response is one that leans towards less often. In fact, for questions like this one, the only favorable response was never or almost never, because never, almost never is the only time that it should be experiencing discrimination. Never, almost never. I also want to note here that Panorama reports % favorable at the question level and at the topic level. In today's presentation, we will mostly be looking at the topic level. In addition to % favorable for some topics, you'll see a national percentile. This nationally normed data that compares our responses to those of other schools all over the country. However, we only get this data from Panorama for topics containing questions directly from Panorama's question bank. And as stated earlier, this committee decided to add in additional questions not included in Panorama. So for those questions, you will not see a nationally normed percentile because those are local questions. Finally, we have data showing how responses for a topic have changed if that topic was asked on the previous Panorama survey that was administered last year. We changed some questions in the 2023 version of the Equity and Inclusion Survey significantly. So we will not see change data for many of those topics, but you will be presented with baseline data from the survey that was administered this year, and we will continue to collect that data and report on change over time from here on out. Here are the response rates by student and by staff. Overall, our student response rate was about 76%. Our staff and teacher response rate across the district was about 39%. We are, as the survey committee, looking into reasons why we believe that the teacher and staff response rate is significantly lower for this survey. The committee is considering the number of surveys administered, the length of the surveys that we administered this year, the frequency of which we administered surveys, and determining if any of those surveys can be combined or are necessary on an annual basis. And so they will be making a recommendation to how often surveys will be changing going forward. The student survey contained 9 topics, 7 of which were written by the D128 survey team, using Panorama questions as a starting point, as I've mentioned earlier. The 2 Panorama topics are the 2 for which you see national percentile data. Those are the only 2 that we have that data for because of the changes that we made to the survey this year. 3 of the 9 topics were asked on the November 2021 survey. That's the survey that we administered last year and the one that they took in January of this year. For those 3 topics, change data is shown. So you can see how we have moved in these 3 topics from last year to this year on the student survey. The rest of the topics were new for this year's survey. And we learned a lot by delving into the various types of discrimination our students may face. Note that the highest percent favorable was in the representation topic. And it also increased by 35 points from last year's survey, knowing that we have made great strides in this area. The lowest percent favorable was in the topic responding to discrimination. In this topic, students were asked 2 questions, one that focused on how often they know how to respond to discrimination, and one that focused on how often they actually do respond when they witness discrimination. So how does it all fit together? The survey, the policy, and the equity action plan. D128 developed its racial diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. Within that policy, we identified metrics that would be used to measure each of our commitments. The equity and inclusion survey was in fact one of those metrics. That data collected was analyzed by the district equity leadership team as we developed the equity action plan to ensure that the alignment between what we were measuring and what we were measuring in the policy and what we're doing in our practices have alignment. And then we should see outcomes from the work that we're doing in the action plan should be reflected in the student survey results. And that cycle continues, looking at the data to determine what we're doing, measuring our effectiveness, monitoring, adjusting, reevaluating. But we do want to dive into some of our data by race. We are going to look at some specific questions that have been disaggregated by data, looking at our students' race. Through this analysis, you will notice that there is some disparity between how students of various ethnicities respond to the question prompts. We also selected these particular questions because they were used to identify the necessary tasks outlined in our equity action plan. Overall, 83% of students responded favorably that they see themselves in their curriculum that their teachers use. But when we look at it by race, we see there's a disparity between our white students responding at 89% favorable and our African-American students responding at 61% favorable, indicating that for that subgroup of students, they don't see as much representation of themselves in their curriculum. Similarly, how often do teachers encourage you to learn about people from different races, ethnicities, and cultures? While we have a 54% overall favorable rating, again, we see that number decrease or disparity between that overall favorable percent and when we look at our students who identify as African-American. And so by looking at these two questions, we've identified that part of our equity and action plan is to design a diversity and inclusion curriculum evaluation tool that we will use to ensure that our students have curriculum in their classes that is a reflection of their identities as well as a mirror to the culture of other people. Right now, we're working with our American Literature, U.S. History, and American Studies courses, and this work will be led by Dr. Sanchez with those course teams beginning in the fall. Once this work occurs, we will have an indication of where we are overall, but these courses in relationship to diversity, equity, and inclusion within our curriculum. And then those students, we should see movement in how they responded to these particular question prompts. Here's another. How often do you spend time at school with students from different races, ethnicities, and cultures? While overall we have a 76% favorable rating, we see in this example that our white students responded only 73%, meaning that they spend the majority of their time at school with other white students. And so they responded in that way, that they don't have an opportunity to have as much diversity within the school. And this question didn't come from the equity and inclusion survey, it came from our culture and climate survey, but we've used this as another metric for identifying how students feel they belong at school. And while overall 62% reported that they did feel a strong sense of belonging at school, we see our Black and African-American students at only 45% favorable. So as a part of our equity action plan, we've identified that we will develop an action plan to increase extracurricular participation. We know that students participating in extracurricular activities feel a stronger sense of connection to their school and to their schools. We are at the point where we have identified all students in District 128 who are not involved in any extracurricular activities, and the activities directors, athletic directors, and fine arts directors are working together to create a survey to determine what challenges are preventing these students from participating in any extracurricular activities, and then we'll utilize that data to develop an action plan to address those challenges. And how often do you have classes with students from different racial, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds? Overall, 78% favorable, but again, another disparity between our white students and our Black African-American students. We're going to dive a little deeper into this particular phenomenon later in the presentation as we begin to talk about our commitment to student success, heterogeneous classes, and accelerated placement. Because through our work with those policies, we will identify methods to create more heterogeneous classes. And we will talk about what that process looks like and how we are approaching this work coming in the future school years. Then we asked our students, how often do you witness other students experiencing discrimination based on faith or religion, disabilities, sexual orientation, race, or gender? We found that overall, the greatest amount of discrimination witnessed across our district was based on gender. And so we are addressing this by working with our faculty and staff and providing professional learning on engaging our staff and how to address identity-based altercations and microaggressions in educational settings, so that when they see this discrimination happening based on any person's identity, they are more equipped to respond effectively in those situations. Here you see the results from teachers and staff. Panorama separates teachers and staff because the survey tends to be slightly different. On the equity and inclusion survey, the two versions that were administered were very similar, but there were a few differences. Teachers refers to all certified, non-administrative staff members, and staff refers to all support personnel and administrators. You'll see a slight difference in what data we have for each version. We have national percentile data for the teacher version for 4 of the 5 topics that were asked, as those came from Panorama. The discrimination topic was added by the D128 survey team. For the staff version, we only have national percentile data in 2 topics. We do not have national percentile data for cultural awareness and action and educating all students because while these are Panorama topics, they aren't usually made available on the staff version of the survey. Our survey team, though, determined that the questions asked in these topics apply to all staff members, so we made them available on the staff survey in District 128. Things to highlight in this data set are the similarities in responses between the teachers and staff versions. In addition, on both the teacher and staff versions of the survey, there was a significant growth in cultural awareness and action. We also want to look at the educating all students topic. While the percent favorable is 66% for teachers, this is only in the 10th percentile when compared to other schools nationally. So this is an area where we need to place some focus. I'll be going into more detail on that in the coming slides. So for our staff and teachers, they were asked, at your school, how valuable are the equity-focused professional development opportunities, of which 60% responded favorably, and how often do those opportunities help you explore new ways to promote equity in your classroom? And there was a 31% favorable response there. Again, we were looking at using our professional learning strand to support staff in learning more about how to support students who are dealing with discrimination and identity-based microaggressions through our professional learning opportunities. Additional data from this survey collected, we asked our staff, what more could our school do to better help staff members advocate against discrimination? And the number one thing that they said was training, and in particular, training specific to dealing with microaggressions. We provided the first session in February at our Institute Day, and our equity coordinators created ongoing opportunities for staff to engage in conversation around microaggressions through lunch and learns. And we're pleased to say that we have seen growth in those numbers, moving from 60% of staff seeing a connection to that work to 72% finding it valuable, and moving from 31% saying that, only 31 saying that they almost always or frequently are able to use information taken from professional development around equity to inform their practices, to 89% saying, yes, we are able to take this and make it fit what we do on a daily basis. So we're pleased with those results and that growth. As we move forward into 2023, 2024, we're using the following 2 topics, one for our students and one for our staff, to address where we go moving forward. And those 2 are for students, how to respond to discrimination. Only 43% of our students responded favorably that if they witnessed discrimination happening at their school, that they would know how to respond. Over the course of the 2023-2024 school year, our equity coordinators will work with our student body to ensure that they provide training on how to address and how to respond to discrimination when they see it. And in some cases, that work is already beginning. At Vernon Hills High School, all freshmen have gone through a microaggression training through their transition classes. And at Libertyville High School, students are engaged in the Green Dot 2.0 training that addresses identity-based discrimination. And then we will continue to work with our staff to provide PD opportunities to help them explore new ways to promote equity in their practice. Now let's transition into talking about Commitment 3. Particularly in Commitment 3, we're focused on student success. and promoting academic and social emotional growth, while also assessing the impact of educational programs on the achievement of all students. Here's some comparative data that we've already looked at, but I want to bring it back to the forefront as it connects directly to what we're talking about with Commitment 3. Here are our overall demographics of Community High School District 128. We're largely predominantly white. However, we do have subgroups of other ethnicities. I draw your attention to the African American and the Latina population. While it collectively, it makes up about 13% of our overall population, Oh, sorry. When we consider our striving learner population, we see that there's overrepresentation of that subgroup in our striving learner class. And our striving learner courses are those classes that are designed to provide additional support to students who have demonstrated the most need based on achievement data. Also, in District 128, we have about 9% of our students who are identified as low income by the state of Illinois. But when we consider the composition of our striving learner courses, again, we see similar overrepresentation of low income students. Now, here's an example from math of looking at our levels of courses here in District 128. Starting with our AP down to our striving learners courses, we want to look at the achievement for students in these classes. The orange and the yellow indicates that these are students who have not yet met proficiency in math, for this example, according to the SAT suite of assessments, PSAT and SAT 8-9. Here are our striving learner sections highlighted. What you'll see is a visual representation that when we talk about homogeneous grouping, we see that striving learner sections are predominantly made up of students who scored at a range of partially meets and approaching proficiency. Very few students enrolled in these sections have demonstrated that they meet or exceed the proficiency standard for math. This homogeneous grouping can provide a negative impact both academically and emotionally for students who are enrolled in these courses.
Excuse me, Mr. Bart. Can I ask you a question, a clarifying question? In the context of an educational setting, would you mind defining the terms homogeneous and heterogeneous?
Sure. Homogeneous means that we have an ability-based, a homogeneous group means that we have placed together a group of students who have similar scores on their assessments. So their ability levels demonstrated on the SAT fall within these ranges. A heterogeneous group means that we have mixed ability within a single setting. So the class is not dependent on, you're not enrolled in a class based on how you scored on an assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, because what that means for us in District 128 is that sometimes race and income are predictors of course placement. And that course placement then becomes a predictor of proficiency as it relates to math and ELA. So depending on what course I'm in will determine my academic ability according to this test. And so there were some unintended outcomes of this practice. It supported exclusion. Our students in our striving learner courses often find themselves traveling from class to class with the same peers throughout the day. There was evidence of decreased academic performance as it related to proficiency compared to their peers. The level of growth that students experience in a heterogeneous section is not reflected in the homogeneous setting like a striving learner section. And it promotes fixed mindsets, that self-perception of the student and the perception of others around the student of where they belong, and in some cases, where they do not belong. And so our work this year has really focused on a recommendation that was brought to the board last year by the district equity leadership team, which was to explore heterogeneous classes. which would allow us to move from this homogeneous grouping of students in team taught and striving learner sections to a more heterogeneous grouping that would be our new heterogeneous college prep course, which would allow all of these students to learn together in the same learning environment. And in our current college prep section, you'll see that we already have this happening. Our college prep course is heterogeneous already in nature. We're simply bringing in our team taught and striving learner students to this expanded opportunity for all students. And this work started in January of this year with our 9th grade core content teachers. We'll begin the implementation of heterogeneous classes with 9th grade. It included our department chairs who are part of these conversations, our assistant principals at both campuses, our equity coordinators, and our assistant superintendent. And it really dovetailed nicely into the work that ISBE was requiring us to do through our accelerated placement policy. This policy requires that districts use nationally normed data to automatically enroll students who score proficient or advanced into the next most rigorous level of course. Why is this important to our racial equity and inclusion policy? Because we know, based on what we saw earlier, that race becomes an indicator for your course placement. By using this policy, we're able to take students who score proficiently in English or math and automatically enroll them in the next most rigorous level of coursework. So if I'm in college prep, that means I'm moving to an honors level section. And if I'm in honors, I'm moving to advanced placement. And this represents what we consider or call commonly in District 128, diagonal movement. So it gives us a great opportunity. With our accelerated placement and our heterogeneous classwork coming together, we are essentially creating more heterogeneous environments and more inclusive learning environments for all students, and giving more students exposure to more rigorous curriculum based on their needs and based on our belief that all students can achieve at high levels. This will provide many benefits for us, but it includes improved learning outcomes, that these classes offer better learning outcomes for all students. Students can learn from each other, and those who are struggling may benefit from working with more advanced peers. This type of learning environment can help promote critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and creativity. It will provide increased social skills. Students in heterogeneous classes have the opportunity to interact with peers who are different from them. This can help to develop social skills, empathy, and understanding of diversity. Also, it prepares our students for the real world. Individuals must interact with people from diverse backgrounds and with different abilities. Heterogeneous classes can help to prepare students for these situations by providing them with opportunities to work with people who are different from themselves. And it will give us reduced stigmatization. When students are placed in classes based on ability, it can create a stigma for those who are in the lower ability groups. I want to cycle back to this data from earlier when we looked at educating all students. This is a data point that is an important indicator for our work around heterogeneous classes and accelerated placement. It is important to this work because our staff have indicated a need for more support in finding resources to meet the diverse needs of individual students, which will be a result of heterogeneous classes. So, in hearing their concerns, we have identified the essential components for successful implementation of heterogeneous classes and the accelerated placement policy. In conjunction with our accelerated placement policy committee and our heterogeneous classes committee, the teachers and administrators who make up those committees have identified these 4 areas of importance. 1 being growth mindset, making sure that our students and staff have the belief that all students can achieve at high levels and that any student belongs in any level of course, and that they can achieve and meet the same level of expectation when given that opportunity. Because we will provide differentiation in Tier 1 interventions in our instruction, that the nature of the curriculum that we will provide will allow opportunities for more students to have access and success in the level of course of which they will be placed. And based on how we will be pulling students into these classes will be appropriate for their grade level. And so the curriculum design must be on grade level must be aligned to standards and must be a curriculum that is going to allow for differentiation to occur, that includes growth mindset for staff and students, and is a curriculum that will allow our staff to have conversations about the data, where they can talk about best practices in their PLCs or in their course teams, and share how they are working with each student and their groups of classes to promote success for all. And then finally, our enrichment opportunities. Opportunities for our tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for students who need additional support. That may include boot camps for our advanced placement courses. It may be additional tutoring. It may be some pull-out intervention, but whatever support is necessary to meet the needs of our students. These 4 essentials combined will be the focus of our 2023-2024 professional development for our staff as we begin to think about how we're going to implement this change in heterogeneous as well as accelerated placement for 2024-2025. And here's a timeline of what that work will be. We've already started our exploration and investigation phase. In the following school year, 2023-2024, will be dedicated to preparation, making sure that our faculty and staff are well-trained and well-versed in how to support this transition, making sure that we address the needs that they have identified to us in that survey, that we're providing for them resources to meet the needs of those individual learners that they will have in front of them. And then in 2024, we will have the initial implementation of our accelerated policy and our first group cohort of heterogeneous students coming through our 9th grade class. And then in 2025, we'll have full implementation. The goal of this work is simple, is that all students meet or exceed proficiency. And we will do that through ensuring that every student has access to a high quality curriculum, strong instruction, and a supportive environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, could you talk a little bit about this last slide and where these goals come from?
Yes. So these goals come from, we made them. So we're looking at the research around 90-90-90 schools. So there are some schools that are 90% low income, 90% underrepresented students, and still 90% meeting or exceeding standards. And so we know that this work can be done, and it is being done. And so our goal is to be able to take the best practices from those studies and implement them in our school setting so that we can get our students who are partially meeting and not yet meeting to a meets or exceeds.
I also want to bring us back. This is very aligned with the presentation I delivered a few months ago where we were talking about the APA and this concept before it became, part of the action plan. But one of the things that the ISBE has set is that 10-year target for every group to be at 90%. So our group set 100% to be exceeding, but that is not only for our district to say we want all students to meet or exceed math, English, and science standards, in addition to all the other subject areas, but that is the expectation of the state of Illinois as well over the next decade.
Don't get me wrong, I'm very much in favor of the goals that have 100% of our students meeting or exceeding the standards. So it was not a criticism by any means. I was just wondering where the numbers came from.
Other questions, comments from the board?
Larry, I heard you talk a lot about professional learning and professional development. Do you feel that there is enough time in one school year to do that and give the teachers the amount of time that they need? Because obviously they're teaching.
Mhm.
We need them to be doing that. I want some reassurances on that.
If I could just piggyback on that, because it's related, because my question was, we've had many of these work streams present and professional learning is an element of each one of them. So have you put all of these together and see what does the collective picture look like? Because it feels like a lot from the outside here. Thanks.
What we're going to be sharing with you momentarily is an approach that we are considering for how to provide this professional development, and how we can work with and partner with an organization that has done this work and is doing this work for many schools across the nation and in Illinois, and is willing to work with us in District 128 to show us how to work with our staff in order to get these kinds of results. And so you'll be hearing from what that model will look like, what that scope of work will be from this partner that we will engage in with this work.
I do have a question. And first of all, a thank you for explaining panorama results in a way that a first grader could understand it. Because I never understood the favorable to what would seem to be somewhat negative questions. So thank you for explaining that. One, I'm thankful that you answered some of the questions I already had at only 35% response from the faculty and staff. It seems like that's a low sample to be creating a plan until you really understand what the whole gist looks like. And I'm happy that you're going to be looking into getting more information from the faculty and staff and encouraging them to share. But I'm more curious about, we've talked about the heterogeneous classes. Can you share a picture of what those interventions are going to look like for those what would otherwise have been struggling students, striving learners? What is that going to look like just physically? How does that support shift into the college prep?
It's a model that we are still assessing what it will look like by getting the involvement from our teachers and staff. What we are committed to is making sure that whatever is working well in our current striving learner structure, whatever those resources are, whatever those interventions are that are in place for striving learners right now, that we find a way to continue those into this college prep level. But we will reallocate those resources to make sure that we are able to meet the needs of every student that's enrolled in the course. Do you have more you want to add to that?
Sure, I could only comment. Again, the fall of 2024, we'll be starting with freshman classes only. So we are trying to limit the scope and make sure that we can focus on those freshman teachers, and still having learning for all, but in terms of really making sure that they get the bulk of our time and attention. That would also allow us to focus any of the kind of finding additional resources. But right now, we do invest a lot in terms of teacher time, teacher talent, by having our striving learners classes have 2 adults assigned to those classes. So one of the things that the teachers will be looking at is other successful models to say, how can we use some of that adult resource in different ways? So there are many outstanding models around us that we could go and visit. But again, we're trying to allow for teacher expertise to have input into the exact model of what that looks like. But we know we have this pool of resources in terms of teacher time and talent. And we know that given the time and opportunity to look at other successful programs, our teachers will come up with what they feel is the right way to reallocate those resources. So for example, some really focus on intervention that is more pushed into the classroom. So if I'm at Algebra 1, just to pick one class, Algebra 1, it could be where I have station teaching going on, and rather than having 2 teachers work with a class where all the students are struggling, they're dispersed among lots of different sections. And then the teacher does push in with different kinds of algebra stations or with technology or things like that. So not taking away that additional teacher, but making sure that the teacher resource could be through push in, could be through pull out. And I'm using those words very loosely and broadly because there are very effective ways to do both kinds of intervention. But that's actually, I think we have some of our first site visits going on in May, and then we'll be continuing them in September and October. for teachers to see what some of our neighboring districts are doing, as well as to do some dreaming, because we have some pretty smart people on our staff. So we really believe that they're going to be able to design something that supports all learners.
I was just going to add that I had the opportunity this morning to be a part of our heterogeneous classrooms meeting, and my Callie was on my subgroup, and we were actually in the group that was talking about differentiation in tier one strategies. And so that's something that we were talking about, and we don't have all the answers yet, but we were identifying what will this look like when effectively implemented in a classroom? Like, what are the criteria for implementation? And then what questions do we have to make sure that we achieve this when we implement this in Vernon Hills High School? So we don't have all of the answers, but we know what we're looking for. We know what it'll look like in the classroom. We have to figure out the specific implementation strategies, but then we also know what we need to ask when we go to schools who are a step ahead of us to see what they're doing that's working and what they're doing that is not working and they still need to grow into.
Thank you.
Okay.
And this, when you say ninth grade, it's all classes ninth grade, right? Not certain, not like math, but not English. This is going to apply to all courses in ninth grade.
Again, remembering back to the presentation I gave a month or two ago, where we talked about the 70-30 and the APA and how this is not optional, the timeline we're under. So talking about how we're trying to really elevate this in its priority. And so that's why the equity committee has really focused in on this work, even though there are other things that the equity policy and some of our data showed us we could be working on. We have made this a priority for teacher time, teacher attention, and all of those things. So it will be all ninth grade courses. Many of our ninth grade courses already have heterogeneous classes. So if you sign up for Spanish 1, or if you sign up for, a band class or lots of other things. But it's currently for the courses where we previously have had striving learners in ninth grade. Those will go away and we will have the mixed ability classroom.
Thank you.
And I'm also thankful that when we were looking at the surveys, I appreciate the link to the other 5 and that you're thinking about what is some of the redundancy. That might be a part of the low participation in this one. And I'm glad you're looking into, can we get the same information that's all important in one instrument?
Okay. Other questions, comments? And we'll move on to the next topic, which is somewhat related here, the equal opportunity schools.
Actually, I'm looking forward to that, but we have one very important person that I would like to acknowledge this evening. And that is one of our equity and inclusion coordinators who has decided to return to the classroom full time, but who we would like to recognize tonight. So Anne, can you step forward, and Larry, would you like to say a few words while I bring up a gift?
Yes. It is my pleasure, privilege, and honor to present to you this evening members of the Board of Education and D128 community, Ms. Ann Singleton. Ann has been the original equity coordinator for Libertyville High School since the inception of the role. She has taken this work on with vigilance and determination. She is relentless in her efforts to ensure equity for every student, not just at Libertyville High School, but across District 128. It has been a pleasure to work with her over the course of this year, and I look forward to continuing this work with her as she goes back into the classroom and is always going to be a champion for equity and inclusion for students.
The plaque that was made says, "With our greatest appreciation, we hereby present Ann Singleton with this award for your ongoing commitment and dedicated service to equity and inclusion in Community High School District 128. Thank you for your years of service as Libertyville High School Equity Coordinator."
Dan Stanley.
And with big shoes to fill, we are happy to have Ann's replacement with us this evening, who will be taking on the mantle and moving forward the charge for equity and inclusion, Mr. Matt Carnstead. So the work for heterogeneous classes and accelerated placement is going to be transformational work for us as an organization. We're looking forward to the shifts and the benefits that both these programs will bring to the students of Community High School District 128. And we want to share with you how we're going to support our staff and our students as we make this transition. This evening, we're happy to have with us Equal Opportunity Schools, which is an organization doing national work to ensure equity and increase inclusion for students across our most rigorous courses. They have been working diligently in the surrounding areas to ensure that districts like District 128 have the support and the resources necessary to implement the accelerated placement policy and for us to be able to successfully transition into more heterogeneous classes. Here this evening to tell you more about their work is Paul.
Good evening. I appreciate being here. And I probably appreciate following up that presentation more than anything else. Here's what I want to share with you before we even get into this presentation. Since I engaged with your team in about early December, I have been nothing but impressed with the commitment that this district is making in the areas of improving opportunities for all students. It didn't take me long to know that this was going to be a perfect fit. A little bit about me and why I know that this is going to be a great fit. I just retired in August after 31 years in public education. I spent the last 25 years as a school and district administrator. And for the last 6 years of my career, I was in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, where we say go blue. I know in Illinois that doesn't go over as well as it does in other areas. And by the way, I never say that in Ohio, ever say that in Ohio. But we partnered with Equal Opportunity Schools. I came to know the work of Equal Opportunity Schools about 8 years ago. And there were some tools and an approach to this work that changed my mind about everything. I was one of those high school principals and district administrators who believed that I had the right plan for addressing opportunities for all students and that idea of educational equity. And then I quickly realized that there was so much more that we could do. When I see what's presented here, I'm just reminded of, and you know, as a recovering school administrator, because that's what I call myself as a retiree, I love being in these types of environments and I love to hear the great work that school districts are doing. And I love hearing that boards of education support that work. So I'm going to do just a very brief overview. This takes more than 10 minutes to explain the whole thing, but I know that some work has been done. I'm suffering from allergies, so I might grab a drink of water here and there. But I want to just talk a little bit about Equal Opportunity Schools. Most importantly, I want to explain this. While we measure ourselves nationally as a national nonprofit, we measure ourselves nationally with AP and IB scores. We do that because AP, excuse me, AP and IB are nationally normed. AP and IB are the same in Maine as they are in Illinois, as they are in California. But our work, and this has been transformational work in the last 4 or 5 years of this organization, is around supporting districts in all pursuits for students in their post-secondary careers. We support you in dual credit. We support you in CTE. We'll support you in any work that you're doing. And the data tools that we can provide will measure and help you guide that work. We do it all. So sometimes people see Equal Opportunity Schools and they just think we're only talking about AP. That is a big component. We would love to see all students take an AP course, but the work we're doing with outreach, the work we're doing across demographic groups has to do with this idea of what is that student's post-secondary pursuit and how do we put them on that most rigorous path? And that's the work that we do to support schools. Excuse me for just a second. So the formula for this is rather simple. This is going to look very familiar to you. You just saw pieces of this as, excuse me, Larry was going through the presentation. Equitable academic acceleration. That's our focus. Our focus is not on teaching strategies necessarily. Our focus is on equitable academic acceleration for all students. And the key component of that and where it begins is in this idea of fostering a sense of belonging amongst students. And that starts with the adult work that we do in schools with high school teams to foster that sense of belonging. This idea of belonging is more than just what they participate in school. This is about creating environments within classrooms that support students regardless of who they are, what they look like, what their previous experiences are. And when you combine those two things, when you combine that laser focus on equitable academic acceleration and that commitment to increasing the sense of belonging for students, what you get are broader systems of change and more equitable learning environments. In 800 high schools across the country, we've seen this formula work. It's the focus of our work, and we're confident that we're going to be able to support the great work that's happening here at your two high schools. So it begins with this idea of reducing the predictive power of demographics. And the key word here being predictive, because too often when we look at demographics and we are measuring things, or we're thinking about placing students into different courses, we're oftentimes using predictive analytics like GPA and test scores to make those decisions. And at Equal Opportunity Schools, we have tools, we have a survey, and I know we've talked about surveys, so we'll figure out how our survey fits into all of this and the data that we provide. But what we're trying to do is help districts and high school teams move away from predictive analytics like GPA and test scores and look at students more holistically. And that look at students more holistically starts with this right here. I'm going to show you this in bits and pieces, but when I saw this 8 years ago, this is what changed my mind about the work that we were doing and changed the course of the work that I led in two different districts, and certainly for the last 6 years in Ann Arbor. Yes, we're going to show you the predictive analytics like GPA and test scores for students. It's important that we know those things because it does play a role. But at the end of the day, after we administer that survey to students, every student at Libertyville and Vernon Hills High School will have one of these insight cards that not only contains their predictive analytics, but will contain information about their educational goals, who their trusted adults are, their subject area interest. This got a little, this slide got a little skewed there. I'll go over some of that in a minute. But most importantly, we measure mindsets. One of the key components of your plan for next year is this idea of growth mindset. We know that students who demonstrate at least one of those learning mindsets, just one of those learning mindsets, can be successful when they're placed in the right AP or some type of an advanced coursework. And that's the work that we want to help you do. This survey was designed by the team at Stanford University. Some of you have heard the names Carol Dweck, Angela Duckworth. These are people who have been associated with growth mindset work and the University of Stanford, or Stanford University of Stanford. I got that right. They lead the way in this work, and our survey was designed by that team. But most importantly, and probably the data that changed the way we looked at ourselves as adults and the ways that we organized our schools, was when we saw on an individual and a collective basis the reported barriers that students identified as to why they weren't taking the most rigorous courses. When we got away from predictive analytics like my GPA isn't high enough, my test scores aren't high enough, adult encouragement, benefit barriers, and I'm going to show you some of these here in just a moment. But every student in your school will have a card that looks just like this. The other piece of data that we provide to you is something called an opportunity chart. And when this is in a different version, you'll see that instead of those numbers at the bottom, you'll see that this is based on race and ethnicity. This first column here, these first two columns are Asian students, and it goes all the way down to white students at the end. But the interesting part is what this shows you is where there are current gaps in your AP courses. Now, we can do this for dual credit. We can do this for all of your courses, but this is a sample for AP courses. But the interesting part is, and if you look here, I'm just gonna, this column here is high, medium income Hispanic and Latino students. This is low, medium income. And I'm pointing to that because if you look at that number, that 29 parenthetically, that 29, that parenthetical number of 29 is a list of students that can be broken up based on the information that's on this insight card. That's where the targeted outreach gets at some of the goals that you have here in your district. Sorry about that. I'm gonna take another sip. Allergy season, it's the worst. Okay, so again, learning mindsets, academic identity, community leadership, focus, grit, growth mindset, purpose for learning, self-efficacy. These are things that we measure through the survey and can accurately provide you information on for your students. The existing barriers, we ask students which of these barriers through the questions in the survey: adult encouragement, benefit, general knowledge, school access, welcoming barriers. Spoiler alert, 100% of the schools that we deal with, the number one barrier, anybody want to guess? That students identify? What do you think? Go ahead, you can say it. Adult encouragement. 100% of the schools that we participate in, adult encouragement is the number one barrier reported in most schools. And again, it's not the fault of teachers, it's that the system is designed to look more at predictive analytics in determining when we place students into more rigorous courses. So I couldn't be prouder of the work that you're trying to do in this area. And we're just excited to be partnering with you in this work. The question that we ask, and in a 2 high school district, this question will be different at Libertyville than it will be at Vernon High School, but who are the students in your schools that are furthest from access and opportunity? That's the work we're going to help you do. You're already doing some of this work. It's this idea of who are the students that need to be seen, engaged, and supportive. It's the work you do every single day in your school improvement work and your diversity, equity, inclusion work. This is what we partner with schools on to make sure that every student is seen, that there's a plan to engage them, and that there's a plan to support them in that academic acceleration and taking more rigorous coursework. The model has really 3 parts. And again, I'm going through this quickly. We have data-driven insights. Again, your students are going to have student insight cards. There's an equity pathways report that follows the survey that gives you the cumulative data for your schools, shows you things that are impacting the climate and culture, shows you the information in a way that helps you redesign the way you do outreach to students. We provide you with a data portal that has all the data you could possibly want and all the ways in which you can manipulate that data to create more targeted outreach for students. And then we assign you an EOS staff member. And for the first 2 years of the partnership, you will have a person assigned to work with your district. They will work with the teams at Libertyville and Vernon Hills, and they will guide you through this work. Here's what I say about that person. In Ann Arbor, we believed that we had set some very high standards for ourselves. And then as the year went on, sometimes we would walk away from some of our commitments, or things would get in the way of those commitments. That partnership director meets you where you are, understands and learns about and understands the context of the work that you're doing, and then holds you accountable to the standards that you're setting. And this has been transformational work that we've done within our own organization to improve the quality of the people that we're putting in schools. I've seen it firsthand, and I know that our partnership directors really did help drive that work deeper and allowed us to get to some of the outcomes that we had set for ourselves much quicker. The data portal, again, I just want to explain this to you. We take your demographic, your enrollment, and your achievement data. We combine that with the survey that we do with staff and students, and your administrators, your teachers, every one of your teachers, if you want to give them access to that, will have real-time customizable access to all of the analytics that support why students should be considered for your upper level courses, whatever those courses may be. This really does come down to this careful balance. And I think this is something that this organization does better than any of the other organizations that try to do this work out there. This idea that we need to strengthen educator capacity. We call that the adult work. And oftentimes this takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of skill in the ways that we lead staffs to think differently about what it means to increase access, improve that sense of belonging for students, and impact student success academically. Our partnership directors work with school districts to make sure that that's a careful balance. I say it this way. If we always waited for adults to be ready, fully ready, we wouldn't do anything for kids. Or we'd be slow to do things for kids. So there's this idea that we can demonstrate the patience and care that's necessary to lift adults while we demonstrate the urgency around increasing access, improving that sense of belonging, and impacting student success. This is the accelerated placement that Larry spoke of earlier. We will help support this work. There's some key components of this that we believe we can provide you. Not only we can provide you data, but we can provide you some direction on the ways in which you're measuring your success related to that. And I'm going to end there because I know I only had 10 minutes and I probably went a little bit over.
Thank you so much. Does any comments, question?
I just want to maybe make a comment going back to some of the questions that you were asking before about how are we going to focus some of our professional learning? One of it was saying we could visit sites and work with partners who've already done this work. This would be an example of that. At the presentation that I was at last Thursday morning at Vernon Hills, a staff member asked about this potential partnership with equal opportunity schools. And I said, you know, as a district, we probably could be doing all of these things if we had 3 to 5 years. You know, we have some of that data. We have some of those tools on equity, but because we have such a time crunch in terms of implementation, we really feel strongly that the work that they've done with other schools, and we know the help that our teachers are asking for, we feel like this is a very good fit. So I just wanted to say, when you were asking before about how are we going to make sure we have the best of in terms of professional learning opportunities and access to real tools that we know work, equal opportunity schools will be able to help us with that.
You said that you've already started working with us. Is this a service that we're going to be paying for in the long run? That
Have the cost? The cost seems very low. Is that because you're a nonprofit?
It is, and we have dozens of organizations, and if you picked one of the national foundations out there, they support our work. We get an infusion of millions and millions of dollars to support the work that we're doing, and that's all based on the success that we've had in districts across the country.
In the initial implementation year, if you had to just guess,
Mhm.
how many hours does your team spend on site,
Yeah.
working remotely with our staff?
So we will, this really depends on the district and what they would like to see. Typically, we will spend, our partnership director in the first year will spend 4 full days in the district. It doesn't mean that we'll be with the whole school, but we'll be working with your teams. We can do that individually. We'll do that collectively. That'll be a plan that your team here will design around. But the amount of virtual work that we do with schools, the work that we do in just some of the simple trainings, like how to use the data portal to create your outreach list when you're ready to begin doing that work of leveling students up and talking to students about those opportunities. So it just varies based on the needs of the school. And really, it goes back to one of the slides. I think you guys saw the full deck, that in the fall, it's really understanding the context of your school. And I know that we'll have partnership directors lining up to come to this district because of the equity work that you're already doing. It's great when we can, they love going into districts where solid equity work is already in place. And so that person is going to try to understand the context of your school and then build a plan of support around the needs of each of the schools. And it might look different at Libertyville than it does at Vernon Hills. There'll be things that are similar, but we'll certainly look at the context of each school and create that plan.
Oh, could you give a couple of examples of schools? I know York hosted EOS like model site opportunity a month or two ago, and some of our staff attended that.
Yeah.
What would be 3 or 4 of the key supports that they have for both students and for staff
Yeah.
at York? That, again, not that they would be automatically transitioned, but I think the board and some of the people listening at home would
Sure.
appreciate what are some tangible supports that are put in place.
So I think the partnership director being in the building and working through, again, some of the challenges that come with leveling students up. There are some very pragmatic pieces to that. We'll sit down with high school principals to look at the design of your master schedule. You talked a little bit about that earlier with the course that's not running here at Libertyville High School next year. There are pragmatic pieces that our partnership directors understand and will work with. There are trainings around how you utilize trusted adults to do some of the outreach work. I met with some counselors today at lunch, and the struggle is that when the responsibility of identifying and supporting and doing outreach is left to just your counselor team, that work often isn't, it's challenging. And so we'll work with you on trusted adult training. We'll work with your AP teachers around some of the of well-known strategies, research-based strategies around improving belonging in classrooms. We'll provide you some of the best strategies that we've seen around the country in tier 1 interventions that oftentimes don't happen in AP courses because of how homogeneous the groupings are. Most importantly, we're going to help you utilize the data that we've collected to paint a more holistic picture of your school and each individual student, and help you identify the strategies that we know work in leveling those students up and providing them the right place to do that accelerate.
So you're not just about identifying, you're about support. I mean, because I'm getting most of this about identification of students that will normally not be represented in these classes. So this is twofold. It's about identifying and
supporting
for teachers and students.
That's correct. Yep.
And I noticed that we have a 2-year, so you have a phase 1, phase 2.
Yeah, we actually have 4 phases. Right now, we're engaging with you on phase 1 and phase 2, which are the 2 most critical foundational pieces to sustaining this work long term.
So your typical schools, do they continue to utilize services post the 2 years?
Yeah, they do. So, and it's just a matter of where they want to go. And I'll give you an example. In Ann Arbor, they're going to go back to phase 2 after having been in phase 4, which is just the tools and not the partnership director support. So they administer the survey, they get all of the data, they use those tools on their own, independent of that partnership director. But because they want to go a little bit deeper into the work again, they're moving back to phase 2. Glenbard is an example, just south of here, 4 high schools. They've been in phase 4 for about 5 years, where again, they're just getting the tools. We also have a phase 3 that allows you to partner with local partners in the state of Illinois to engage with them around best practices. So we have different models. I don't typically spend a lot of time talking about those because I think where you end up after 2 years kind of makes the decision in terms of which phase you would go to next. My guess is that in a district like this with a strong commitment to this equity work, that you might be able to go to phase 4 where you're just getting the tools, you're administering the survey, you're getting all the data tools that we provide, and you're getting virtual support from our team. But we'll see where we are after 2 years and what kind of additional work you want to do with your staffs.
We see this as potentially, we do have a very strong and talented staff, and that through networking and having some of these interventions and other things explored, we think we'll be building our own capacity to take on a lot of these responsibilities
that's one of my
after that. So this is one of those sort of help us, we're going to pay a trainer to help us get fit. And then we really think with the talent of our staff that we'll be able to continue to implement with much lesser support from an outside agency like them.
This is not a new program. This has been around a while.
12 years.
And
Yeah, we've been around for 12 years.
and has been proven very successful. I happen to have observed the success of a school district using this program. So Any other questions or comments?
So when would this be brought to the board for
It would come in May,
Good.
yeah,
Okay.
at the next meeting.
regular board meeting?
So we'll see this month, yeah. Okay.
And when will the work start? If we're not really switching our kind of heterogeneous grouping, when will the work start?
Well, it would start this summer, fall,
Yeah.
because that is when all of our professional learning will start. And that's when we have to start using different data to identify our students. So it actually is the absolute most beneficial time for us to start would be this fall. As our teachers are gearing up, as we're exploring interventions, as we're working to identify the students. Again, they hosted a luncheon, I think today.
Yeah.
Because many high schools in Illinois are becoming more and more aware at the 11th hour that they're going to have to do things very differently next year and are scrambling. And so there's a lot of people who are interested in this tool now. We've been working with them since December to try and see, is this a good fit? So I really feel like Larry and Paul and other people, we've had teachers, we've had administrators visit some of the sites who are implementing this. So in terms of the administrative and teacher teams doing due diligence, I feel really good about us bringing this recommendation forward to you.
The 23-24 school year is going to align with the work that you're doing to create these heterogeneous groupings. And then you're going to move those ninth graders into those courses in 24-25. Same thing with equal opportunity schools. We're coming in to work with your teachers, understand the context, study, strategize, support your team with the idea that a year from now, when you're doing course selection, that you would begin leveling students up for that same fall, that 24-25 school year. So this aligns very well to the initiative that you have going with your heterogeneous courses.
I have one question. I think I've asked this before, and I've always wondered how the 8th grade experience influences ninth grade, right? If you don't have good foundation in 8th grade, you're going to struggle in 9th grade. So what have you seen or what have you done with respect to getting people sort of more ready than they are now?
Yeah.
To make the 9th grade experience a little more smoother, like work done over summer? What are things you've done?
I'll give you a couple of versions of this, and then I'll give you the piece that I'm really excited about. I think this work at a high school, and certainly when you're in a unit district, this can be done a little bit differently than it can be here. But I think some of the work that you'll do with, whether it's specific to equal opportunity schools or the equity work that you're doing, can help inform decisions that you're making in 8th grade. In my home district, an example is that while they're partnering with us at the high school level, because we focus right now on high school, they have their own plan for, and we'll support this at the high school level, but they have their own plan for looking back as far as 7th grade on creating a track for students to get into an AP math course by the time they're seniors. So they're looking at their course sequence. They're looking at the ways that they support students. Long term, we just recently partnered with, or last year we began a partnership with the New York City schools. And part of our contract there is to develop a middle school component to this, because we know, and we get this question asked a lot, is what can we do with middle school to begin thinking about how students are moving through our middle school years in preparation for those experiences at high school. So there are local ways to do this. There are some practices that other districts have done, not just unit districts, but high school districts who are working with the K-8 districts that are partnering with them. And then we're hopeful that we'll be bringing out a tool before your partnership actually, before the 2 years are over, we'll be bringing a tool forward that would allow the middle schools to look at this as well.
One last thing, I think it's good, especially for our district, to note. We have very high participation in our AP courses among many of our students. And so we know that the idea of partnering with an organization to increase some of our enrollment in AP classes might be counterintuitive to some of the things that we've been talking about with stress and not having overwhelmed or overloaded students. So we are very aware of that delicate balance of the messaging that we'll be putting forward, that this is to try and make sure that we have access, not that we're promoting students being in 5, 6, and 7 AP classes. That is not the message that we are intending to send. And they work with many high schools who have similar enrollment patterns to us to know what is that message that we are sending? What's that healthy challenge that every student is capable of? So I want staff and parents and everyone to know that we will keep that in mind. What is that stress, that good stress that helps kids feel like they're learning at their potential without being overwhelming?
I think that's a good point, but because, you know, we've heard about the stress levels of some of our students, but really the target here is those missed opportunities for those students that really could move into a, you know, a higher level curriculum, an AP course, a dual credit, whatever, and have missed that opportunity because maybe they weren't encouraged, maybe they didn't have, you know, the right information, whatever that might be. So this is really the target here, is to broaden that and really address those students that haven't been able to take advantage or haven't been willing to take advantage of those, you know, those more challenging courses. So
We're not looking to have kids take more AP classes, meaning I'm already taking 2, I'm going to take a third. We're looking at students who would not have taken an AP class and encouraging them to have a college level experience before they graduate.
Or dual credit or a
Right.
capstone experience. And I think that's one other really important message. Equal opportunity schools started with, you know, really promoting AP, but we've seen with our own goal, exploring multiple paths, that having a dual credit, having a capstone CTE experience, all of those are things that we are going to be, you know, putting as our ideal for students to enroll in any of those experiences.
You know, it occurs to me, thank you for mentioning that. Are we strictly looking to promote students who have not taken an AP class into an AP class, or is it also into an honors level course?
So it can be both, and it probably will be both. There will be strategies that your teams will develop that will get a student to an AP or a dual credit experience incrementally, meaning we're going to want to look at what's the first experience we provide them that would get them potentially to that AP or that dual credit experience. So those are things that our partnership director will work with your teams on, but those are things that your team is probably already thinking of. Yeah.
I can buy into that. We have been talking about lifting everybody up. This is about lifting everybody up. But I also am very sensitive to what we've been hearing about change. And we seem to be making a huge change in bringing our striving learners up. And is this an added level of, is this additional level of stress for an up? Do we have that much of a population that we're missing in honors and AP? I guess I'm just asking a balanced question. You know, where is our focus?
May
go
I
ahead.
contribute something? I think all students benefit when we raise a floor. I think to further create these heterogeneous groupings is beneficial to anyone in an educational grouping. It speaks to our equity policy entirely. And though I hear how this could affect, how implementation could affect kind of the stress levels of certain stakeholders in our district, it's not like we have much of a choice right now. This is a directive coming from the state, and this change is something that's going to kind of happen, and it will happen, it sounds like, very incrementally and over time. And yes, it's a big change, but I think it is really important also to remember that our students, those that are being promoted from 8th grade into their freshman year, this is already happening for them. This is how they are grouped in 8th grade. It's an adult mindset shift. And I think we as adults are capable of doing that for our students. And so I appreciate a group like this who's had success doing this in other districts. And I think we are capable of balancing the concerns of our educators in the district who are going to be largely responsible for implementing these changes with the fact that this is best practice. And this is something that as a community, we're going to have to just move toward. I hope that.
No, so my focus, my comment was based on focus. Where is our focus? That's all. And
And
I don't know how this supports, what is our focus? And
If I might, I see this sort of as a complementary component, where this is a supportive component for those other goals that we were talking about and those other things that we're attempting to do. So rather than being yet another thing, it's a thing that sort of interleaves with the plans that are already there, that in many ways, as Kara was saying, we're being pushed into. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, the things that the state is requiring us to do will ultimately, most people feel, will have a positive impact on the learning. But I think this is complementary, and this will be supportive of that program, of those changes that are coming.
Just to maybe tie some of those things together also, I think we do have multiple layers of change happening, and it's because we have our own internal situation with our striving learners classes. And some high schools have those, but many others don't. So they're only implementing the college prep to AP or honors because they've done some of the change work that we're doing now a while ago. So District 128 has striving learners and college prep going to honors and AP because APA requires both. All of the APA says if you're we currently have students who are in college prep who, because of their test scores, we will now automatically be placing into honors and AP. They will have the opportunity to say, no, I only want to take 1 or 2. And we talked about that before, and we will make sure that it ends up being a choice, but the law requires us to automatically place them in it and then have the conversation to unenroll or to go to a less rigorous placement. So next spring, we will be doing that for every class, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors. So that is happening across the board. We also are focusing on the freshman year for our striving learners courses. So we have one that every high school in the state of Illinois is facing, plus one additional one that we are facing ourselves. And I happen to feel EOS is going to help us with both of those.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions, comments? Thank you for coming out.
I appreciate it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, special education staffing and allocation of resources.
Good evening. You had told me I'd be presenting 2 hours in, I would have said, no way. This one? Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and all of my colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to present to update you regarding the status of special education staffing and our allocation of resources across our district. I'd like to begin our conversation by providing some background and context regarding special education services, as staffing for this area of public education is very much determined by the needs of the students and the design of the service delivery models by which students get those needs met. Both of these elements are very much impacted by shifts in societal values and legislative changes that have occurred since the inception of the Education for All Handicapped Children Act of 1974. Let's start with this law. Most of us are familiar with the most recent format of the federal law that protects the rights of children with learning differences across the nation, known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. At its core, the IDEA provides that all students will receive a FAPE, or free and appropriate public education, which includes access to special education and related services between the ages of 3 and in Illinois until the last day before the last day of the regular school year in which they turn 22. It further states that learning will occur in the least restrictive environment, or the LRE, possible for the student, giving priority of access to general education peers and general education curriculum at their grade level first. The point is to rule out that gen ed isn't going to meet their needs before we make the assumption. The job of the special education team is to do just that. Access to the LRE is supported through collaboration between learning behavior specialists who are trained to embed specially designed instruction, or SDI, with the general education teachers and curriculum experts. The learning behavior specialist, also known as a special educator, adapts the content, methodology, or delivery of instruction to address the unique learning needs of each student that result from their disability, and to ensure access to the general education curriculum so that they can meet the educational standards that apply to all children. It is only when it would be detrimental to addressing the needs of a student with a disability that other settings should be considered, and the continuum of special education services is required by the IDEA. The intended outcome of the provision of well-crafted and implemented special education services for an individual student with a disability is that they are ready to transition into their post-secondary goals related to the areas of education or training after high school, employment, and independent living, which we call outcomes. The IDEA, which was last amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015, is very clear in its language about the expectations for public schools when it comes to educating all students, including those with disabilities. Disability is a natural part of the human experience and in no way diminishes the right of individuals to participate or to contribute to society. The United States Department of Education went on to say that it is a job of public education to ensure that all students have equal opportunity to be full participants in all facets of adult living in our society, which starts in our educational public school system. You see, schools are truly a microcosm of American society. Today, 1 in 4 American adults has a disability, according to the Centers for Disease Control. 1 in 4. When we look at the statistics about the school setting, we find that 9.7% of students across the country, this in the most recent ARC report, have already been identified with and are supported for a disability by their public schools. When I began this presentation, I noted that since the inception of the special education laws, there have been shifts across our society's expectations for learners with disabilities, as well as legislative changes. Knowing the statistics tell us that 25% of American adults have disabilities, 25% of us in this room. The reason for why these two things are happening are likely very clear. If public schools are a microcosm of American society, then it is easy to correlate the need for equitable learning opportunities for all students as a civil right of all learners. This is about civil rights. The trajectory of inclusive learning really began in 1954 with the Brown versus the Board of Education ruling that eliminated the concept of separate but equal for students of color. 10 years later, the Civil Rights Act furthered that initiative to stipulate that discrimination could not occur based on race, sex, color, religion, or country of origin, in the workforce. And by 1974, the legislative push moved from the workforce setting back to schools. They'd missed something with the creation of the Education for All Handicapped Children Act. This was the first time that students with disabilities were addressed in the school setting, and it was the first time that the idea of a free and appropriate public education was an entitlement for all learners in the least restrictive environment. Since then, multiple reauthorizations have occurred that have further engaged language around the concepts of inclusive education, learning with and without peers with disabilities, with general education teachers, in as much as possible, the general education setting. And in 2015, that most recent iteration explicitly focused on ensuring that special education services increase the focus on the outcomes of the adults who are going to enter the adult world and the workforce. Your own high school students, you, maybe Lisa, I know you, Casey. Your own high school students presented to the Board of Ed about 5 years ago. Do you remember? Advocating for the acceptance of inclusive practices in our district after returning from a Best Buddies National Conference. I cried at that one. I cried all of these. They spoke to the recognition that integrated learning is really no better than separate but equal. And they taught this board and our staff that inclusive environments ensure that all feel that they belong. Their push was to shift our language, and we have inclusive PE instead of integrated PE. When those Best Buddies representatives presented to the board, they advocated for the change in the course title of that PE class. They taught us that inclusion must be part of our belief system. It must be part of our culture, our language, our practices, and our structures. Come on, Kelly. And they were right.
Your passion comes through.
They were right. If our belief system is that all means all, then we don't need to be driven by compliance mandates or federal or state laws. It means that we will set up our systems, our practices, our language, our supports to ensure that all students know that they belong in our learning community. If shifting our courses was one step, another giant leap was the adoption of our Daring mission. And there are numerous attributes that speak to the nature of our system as believing in inclusive learning. We prepare to thrive. We seek to understand. We ponder, we adapt, we value diversity. Over time, we have changed course titles. We have brought highly specialized programming back into our district from CEDAL, and we have annually looked at the ways that we can address the needs of all learners through a lens that increases their chances for success as adults. And this is vitally important to us as a society. As you can see, national labor force statistics tell us that exclusionary learning practices in schools contribute to lower rates of participation in the labor force by adults with disabilities. While 72.5% of adults with disabilities were employed in 2021, only 31.4% of adults with disabilities were employed. And that was a good year because working was still remote and people with disabilities didn't have to go into the workplace and get discriminated against or have to be accommodated for. This was a good year in the data. This data tells me a very clear story. If we do not guide all of our students in learning and working and functioning together as students, the ones who will be most likely to lose out in the long run will be those who we separate out due to their own unique learning needs in adulthood from vocational and socioeconomic status at minimum. I get emotional because I think about my nephew. He's in that data. I didn't go into special ed because of him. He wasn't born yet, but he's in it now. So what can we do about this? We start by looking at our practices. Over the past 2 years, we've had a chance to more deeply review and reflect upon our practices and to ensure, do our practices match our mission when it comes to providing special services for our learners with unique learning needs? Or do our practices and structures possibly and unintentionally cause inequities? Through the data profile review that we conducted last school year, we learned that one major component of our structure to deliver special education services had very significant impacts for students with learning differences. Nearly 100% of our students with IEPs have a daily period of tutorial listed in their schedules. This period is where they have access to direct instruction with a learning behavior specialist to address the goal areas related to the adverse impacts of their eligibilities. And I am a learning behavior specialist, first and foremost. I want you to know that. However, I want you to take note. The student in this case is removed from the general education setting for at least one period per day in order to access their special ed services. Some need that, but some don't. And instead of finding ways to bring the learning behavior specialist to the student, we found that we have created a model that forces the student to go to the specialist to get their SDI, that specially designed instruction that the law requires. This created inequities for the 49% of our students last year with learning disabilities who access no other special ed service other than a tutorial period, and means that over the course of their high school experience, they will forego typically 8 periods of elective or enrichment opportunities in order to access their special ed services. It also resulted in the majority of our learning behavioral specialist staffing going to an exclusionary setting by very unintentional design. A positive for us in this review, however, showed that at Libertyville, our co-teaching efforts were bringing more students to the Gen Ed classroom, the Gen Ed teaching experts, and their peers in classes where the learning behavior specialist successfully supported their learning needs while providing incidental benefit to the other learners without disabilities, and those were our co-taught classes. Over 170 students were in general education, college prep level classes who would have otherwise been pulled back into special ed instructional classrooms or striving learner classes without the provision of the co-teacher in the general ed setting. That's a huge win, and it told us something that we needed to do moving forward. This internal data review that we did through the data profile led to a comparison study of our neighbors' practices too. Since we found that the majority of our learning behavior specialist expertise was staffed to support students in the exclusionary, very unintentionally, but exclusionary tutorial model, we wondered how this compared to our neighbor staffing plans. We also questioned whether the small sizes of our tutorial settings, which range in class size from 1 teacher to 2 students, 1 teacher to 4 to 6, or 1 teacher to 8 to 10 students, might have positively decreased the number of students we placed in more or additional special ed instructional courses throughout their day, or we wondered if it would have reduced the number of students we recommended for therapeutic day school placement outside of our buildings. This chart reflects the educational environment, or the EE code, comparisons of District 128 to a handful of surrounding districts using last year's data. At the end of this presentation included a chart with this year's data. I wanted you to see where we were at last year because this was when we were in that exploratory phase of where are we and what does it look like compared to others. You can see that in District 128, 51% of our students were in the general education classroom environment for 80% or more of their day. 24% were in Gen Ed for 40 to 79% of their day. 11% were in Gen Ed for less than 40% of their day in our buildings, but not in the general milieu. And 13% were placed in therapeutic day schools. When we looked at this data, we found that our small tutorial classes, when compared to our neighbors, did not significantly decrease the number of students in additional special ed classes during their day. And it definitely did not decrease the number of students placed into therapeutic settings. In fact, as you can see, there are many schools whose EE codes showed less restrictive placement practices and larger resource or tutorial class sizes with lower rates of special education exclusionary placement. You might additionally note at the bottom of the chart that our percentages, bless you, are below both the state and national averages for less restrictive placements. I know this was a sin, Jim. Please don't judge this. I couldn't pare it down anymore. As we looked at our internal data and our local comparison data, I also engaged in a research review on special education service delivery models, and most specifically, resource room and pull-out service models and their effectiveness. Some of the key findings from the research out of universities and unions across the United States over the past 20 years has shown it's really that student achievement, is more highly impacted by the quality of the learning behavior specialist, the quality of their expertise, the intentionality of the methodologies and the strategies that they use to address the needs of the learner through targeted interventions, more than class size in the resource or tutorial environment. The smaller class sizes in these studies did not show significant differences in the individualization of teaching practices to address student needs. So even though there were fewer students, blanket lessons were occurring for everyone in the room. That's a programmatic design. Smaller classes were actually more likely to have a positive impact on teacher morale. Having been a resource teacher for 10 years of my career, I get that. I do. I get it. But it didn't have the same effect on student academic achievement in the end. Smaller class size had the unintended negative outcome of creating dependence by students on their teachers. And the reports showed that they struggled when they left those environments and were expected to have independent learning strategies or learning skills to use on their own without prompting. And smaller class sizes fostered more isolated practice and less generalization of skills by students in other settings. And it created a shortage because it drains the resources and pours it into one space instead of giving support at the point of instruction in the classroom. I would read the rest of this, but I understand it's also late, and I think you get the idea that increased access to the learning behavior specialist at that point of instruction provided more benefit to students with disabilities in their academic achievement outcomes, and it provided incidental benefit to the peers in the classroom, disabled or not. A key component to this, though, is that ongoing professional learning, has to continue to occur. We have to continue to build the capacity of our learning behavior specialists to be able to support accessing that gen ed curriculum in the gen ed environment. One point that I think is important to note in the research is that it was very clear that when the special education teacher has a higher caseload, that is often correlated to lower student achievement when they're in higher class sizes, at which research believes is because the LBS 1 is pulled out for meetings, team meetings, IEP meetings, so they're less likely to be in the room. So keeping an eye on caseload and assignment is critical to getting the Goldilocks place. Ultimately, the research and our data review, both internal and comparative, tell us that our model of heavily staffing our learning behavior specialists in tutorial periods of support separates our students from their peers, separates kids from the gen ed classroom, our gen ed teaching experts, our gen ed curriculum, no matter how much we might attempt to replicate it. Not all of us are both dually certified in content areas and in learning and behavior strategies. It's really built on exclusion, and I've been part of leading that. I take accountability for that. We've pulled the students to the intervention instead of bringing the intervention to the students. We are not reducing the number of students who are outplaced from our district, nor did bringing back transition this year significantly decrease. In fact, it did not decrease the number of students placed out of our districts, because when they are out in the general world, they are actually in the general ed curriculum. So that didn't really make an impact. And not surprisingly, our student achievement scores are not as great for our students. We have amazingly loving, caring, thoughtful learning behavior specialists who want nothing more than to do good for their students. And they work so incredibly hard with patience, humor, and they are creative beyond any of us in this room. They are. Student challenges are not their fault, and our staffing model is outdated and exclusionary and unintentionally so by design. So now we know what we know about our special service practices in District 128, but when we know better, we do better. How do we make even more shifts to have more inclusive practices while providing individualized special ed service delivery to our students so they can have a better chance at even better outcomes in adulthood once they leave us. Last year, the data profile gave us the boost that we needed to kick our co-teaching efforts into even higher gear across the district. Last year, we spent from January through the end of the year creating an intensive, carefully designed trainer team of general and special education administrators and general ed teachers, not special educators, gen ed teachers, who trained intensively for a week with a woman who I think is the spirit animal and guru of all things co-teaching, Ann Benninghoff, to get ready to provide ongoing, explicit, and systematic training, as well as support and feedback to our co-teaching teams across the district. And we've implemented this throughout the year with over 14 days of visits, 43 sections of co-teachers across both of our buildings, with professional learning and support that has reached 344 students with disabilities who would have otherwise been in striving learner or instructional special ed classes where those co-teaching environments not offered. We also provided summer curriculum paid work last year so that the co-teachers could have time and acknowledged they were jumping into something new or they were revitalizing something with better understanding last summer. And Ann has come out to visit us, as I mentioned, over 14 times this year, and we'll be back 14 times next fall. We're going to get an incredible booster shot because she has agreed to not retire, to come back just for District 128 for 4 more months. She's also worked with our EL staff that are beginning to co-teach, and all of this has been funded through the American Rescue Plan funds that we received as additional allotment this past year and going into next year. As you heard from Larry earlier, we have had to take a bit of a pause to see what is happening, and where the flow will go from the Heterogeneous Committee and the APA, the Advanced Placement Act. Our job as special educators is to provide access and support to the gen ed. We shouldn't be leading the charge in some ways, and this is a place where we had to take a pause. Probably frustrating for our special educators because they want to know what the heck is going on. What is this going to look like as all these changes are made, and what does it mean for us supporting our students? As we move forward, we'll continue that work in the co-teaching arena, but next year, I see that our focus will really shift to thinking about inclusive service delivery at the point of instruction. What I see for us in the fall of 2023 is spending time working with Ann again, but also focusing on the development of an inclusive service exploration committee to look at 2 different facets of inclusive service models: inclusive facilitation and inclusive consultation. Inclusion facilitation provides direct but intermittent services to students in the gen ed setting with the gen ed teacher and related services providers, but they are not in the classroom every day, all day like a co-teacher is. Inclusion consultation provides indirect consultative services to teachers who have students with disabilities in their classes through co-planning and supportive measures to help them understand how to embed specially designed instruction and accommodations without the teacher, the special educator, necessarily needing to be there. These practices don't come out of thin air. If you were to walk in my office, you'd probably see 15 books that I've been reading this year. One that has been incredibly impactful for our special services team has been the book that you see on the screen, Reimagining Special Education, written a year and a half ago as we were coming out of the crunch of the pandemic, by Julie Costin, who is probably another one of those spirit animals, if you will, of the inclusive movement, and a teacher from Wisconsin. We'll also in the fall spend time identifying and beginning to engage in evidence-based strategy instruction that will help give our LBS ones more strategies for bringing into the point of instruction in the general ed setting, in reading, writing, math, executive functioning, and behavioral management. Another component that we want to look at in the fall, in my opinion, that's very important, is really what you see in the third from the bottom bullet. And I don't know how to point, so I won't. But we need to create a public and very forthright, clear inclusion statement or inclusion philosophy. We say all means all. We have a racial equity policy. We talk about our diversity and equity and inclusion, but we need to ensure that this is our belief system from the floors we walk on to the ceilings above us and all the structures in between. We need to make sure our community of District 128 believes in inclusion. We also want to go and explore places where inclusive facilitation and other inclusive service delivery models are being implemented right now. One of them very successfully implementing inclusion facilitation is a neighbor, Lake Forest High School. We have a lot to learn. In the spring and summer, I see us shifting into more of building out that service model of inclusive service delivery, understanding what the description would be, the job descriptions, engaging in any training that we may need as we're identifying what deficits we have to be able to implement this, understanding what caseload might look like and how we restructure that, and then how we implement that in students' IEP documents, the agreements that we make with their families. The goal is not to decrease staff. That may happen naturally because our needs are, our staffing is based on the numbers of our students and their needs, not just their numbers, but their needs. So the goal here is not to decrease the staff. It is to give more effective access to our staff, to students without creating exclusionary inequities. And then in the fall of 24-25, as heterogeneous committee has helped us learn how to better place students through the APA process and heterogeneous acclimation, we will go to bat. We'll be in the batter's box at that time in implementation. Ann Benninghoff, again, our co-teaching consultant, recently posted this quote on her Twitter feed, and it reminded me of a recent conversation that I'd had in March with a fellow learning behavior specialist in our district. I spoke to that person on Thursday. I asked for permission to share this story with you, but this person shared that, I have to think about my pronouns carefully, I want to be conscious. This person shared that they had recently worked with a general education teacher who was having a hard time providing equitable learning experiences for a few students in their class. It's a hands-on class. And the examples that were shared really boiled down, according to this learning behavioral specialist, to the teacher not knowing how to make the adaptations and the adjustments for the students' disabling needs. It was tied back to disability. This specialist mused about how sad it had made them to hear that the students, their students, some of the students belong to people in this room, actually, were sitting out of some activities because the teacher didn't know, quite frankly, what to do with them. I asked this person if I could share that in the vaguest of descriptions possible, because what we both heard as we talked through it was not a teacher who didn't want to, but a teacher who didn't know how to provide accommodations and support. The teacher reached out for the help, but the specialist wasn't in the room to be able to provide it. And as the person and I talked, they said, I don't need to be there every day, all day, but wouldn't it be great if I had time carved out to give that person strategies that would allow our students, not mine, to access the learning in that classroom? Wouldn't that be awesome? And I thought, yes, it would be. We need you so bad. We need you so bad. I look forward to collaborating with our amazing learning behavior specialists and our general educators for finding ways to bring inclusive service delivery through more effective staffing models and understanding of best practices to our students. There is no doubt in my mind that our district will quickly be a leader in the high school realm of inclusive special ed service delivery, and I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. And
First of all, we'll give you a hand for what an excellent presentation that was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Questions, comments? I think we're all getting tired.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Kelly. That was great. Okay, moving forward,
We take a 1-minute stretch break while I go up to the podium
Sure.
and get set.
sure.
All right. We are. Thank you, everybody.
Nobody said anything to me.
This particular item has been at the forefront of a lot of our minds for quite a while now. And it was brought to our attention very explicitly in February when the union read a statement saying, we really want to make sure not only administration, but the school board knows that some very important things need to be addressed. And I think that's, as a governance team, we committed to me and the administrative team bringing back pieces of information to share with the board, as well as to know what we're going to do moving forward. The presentation tonight by Kelly was an example of one of those things where we wanted to make sure the board understood. We are simply shifting our resources in special education, and that the model is based on good practices, and that it's about really shifting to have students be more included, high quality, specially designed curriculum, but within the general ed setting. We also had a presentation on our equity and inclusion model. All of those things are really important and are going to be requiring some change in our practices moving forward. And I'm here tonight to talk about some of the nexus between those things and how people are feeling. Next slide, Dan. So here is actually what the statement included. Low morale, this is number 2 of the 5 things that they brought to our attention. For example, widespread perception that our district is adopting a more top-down, business-minded model that feels impersonal and disconnected from the humanness of our work with students. And the idea of humanness in our district is one of the things that attracted me to consider working here. So the idea that people are feeling that that might be in jeopardy, that's not anything that I know any of you are interested in, or that I or staff members want to have. I mean, that is what makes this place such a special district. Next slide. So I borrowed this slide from John and Tom, who held a staff meeting at both of their buildings. And like me, they are also trying to make sure that they are acknowledging that everyone's tired. So they used on a sloth scale, how are you feeling? And next slide. I think the number 1 answer was exhausted. And I think that goes for, again, it doesn't matter if you're an AP teacher, a special ed teacher, a coach, a clerical team member, everyone is really tired. Next slide. And, tired from lots of things. And as I go through the presentation tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about some of those factors that have drained all of our batteries. And it is hard to be as enthusiastic as you want to be when you're feeling like you're running on empty. Next slide. And we also want to know, and actually some of our board members also are educators and who have said, how tired we are feeling in District 128 and the challenges that are so large, they are impacting educators across the United States. So this is some headlines and things from the superintendent magazines that I read. One of them, despite our efforts, this is probably the worst year we have seen for teacher morale. We are doing what we can. We are kind of at a loss. And I think that that describes how many administrators and school boards are feeling right now, not knowing exactly how to show support for teachers and to address this in a very substantial way. Next slide. So I wanted to make sure that we really took a deeper dive and said, what are some of the signs and signals that the teachers have been sharing with us? And it goes all the way back to the very first pulse check I did with our staff back in September of 21. So we came back and we were in school, we had masks, but we were still all in school and we felt really good about that. But about a month in, we asked teachers, what are some of the most important things you want us to know about this first month being back? And this is the word wall that came back. So you see a lot of things on retakes, overwhelmed, work, time, policies, their own mental health. So right away, we knew that we had people who were coming back from COVID, coming back from remote teaching, who really were feeling quite a sense of burden already. Next slide. Fast forward to this past fall, we did a more substantial survey for the very first time. We did a staff culture and climate survey. And the results of this show in the 5 areas. And again, this is one of the other panorama surveys that we do. So when we were talking earlier about panorama surveys on equity and inclusion that was done in January, this one on culture and climate was done in November. So we are looking as a team to say how many and at what point are we doing these surveys, because we think we do have some survey fatigue going on. But we do think that the information that was shared with us on the survey is very valid.
I'm sorry, Denise, did you say what the response rate was for this particular sample?
I forgot to include that in the slide. I know it was way greater than 38%. I can get back to you on that. And thank you for asking. And I realized after I said that I should have included that. I believe is around 60%, but I will get back with all of you on that. It's been a little while ago. But I do have a clear understanding of the message that came through loud and clear on this. The greatest areas of need that the staff talked about was 1, school leadership. You see that at being at 38% in terms of favorable ratings. And now we know what favorable means in terms of panorama. The second area of need was feedback and coaching, and that came in at 42%. And then the third came back at school climate, and that is at 44%. And again, that's looking at our raw data. But one of the things that our team took a deeper dive, and then we saw we did have some national norms on this data too. So while that was our own raw data, the areas that stood out to me were the 3 that were lowest compared to the national norms. So that is, again, school climate, school leadership, and staff leadership relationships. So you'll see that those are in the 0 to 15th percentile. So even though they were in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, compared to other staffs, and again, that's K-12, so it's not just high school, but to me, that was an even more significant showing that our culture and climate had some issues that were even more acute than what some other schools are experiencing. Next slide. The other thing that we had on this was not only the panorama part, but we had some open-ended surveys. And one of the questions was, what can school or district leaders do to better support your well-being? And this data was coded. And as we do for all of our open-ended, we want to have them be anonymous, but we go ahead and code the responses. And I put the top results here. And again, this is from teachers, staff, many different people were able to participate in this survey. The number 1 thing was to ask for and listen to our feedback. Next one were specific suggestions for district office. It could be something they wanted me to do differently. It could have been something they wanted a committee to do differently. Wanting trust as professionals, understanding of role, making staff well-being being a priority, to stop making so many changes, large changes, and more time. And I think one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure this presentation came after the equity and inclusion and after this one is because these are all intertwined. The idea of some of these large changes coming all at the same time, some of them being very thoughtful and in our belief system, but also almost like the perfect storm of initiatives. So this is one of the ways the staff was able to say that. They weren't. One of the things I do want to point out, though, that I've really come to realize is that stop making large changes. I think that was lower than ask for and listen to our help and trust us as professionals. I do not see our staff as a staff who is reluctant to change. I see this as a staff who is reluctant to be changed by other people. And I think there's a very huge difference between those 2 things. Next slide. Finally, the union again read the message to us to make sure that we were very clear on their top priorities moving forward in terms of areas of concern. They do a wonderful job being a voice for the teachers and counselors and all of the people included in the union. The first thing they talked about was lack of timely and effective communication. Second thing was low morale. The third was the allocation of resources, specifically the special ed staffing. The fourth was maintaining high expectations for student achievement. And the fifth was maintaining high expectations for student behavior. And we have had presentations on where we are at with some of the changes in those areas in terms of what mandates might be happening, what other kinds of things are prompting us to make changes in those areas, but also what we're doing to bring teacher voice, staff voice, and as well as support and chunking some of these changes into more manageable bite-sized pieces. Next slide. The other thing in terms of improving communication and helping to increase connectedness, I've been holding a series of roundtable discussions with any staff who want to come where the agendas are set by them. And there have been 3 at Vernon Hills and 3 at Libertyville. And again, we've taken careful notes at each one. And some of that feedback has been made directly already to you as a board. Again, communication came up as a theme. There were some facility concerns that were brought to our attention that were already on the radar, but we made sure that the communication loop in terms of when those things were being taken care of was more accurately closed. We heard some differences in terms of our ESP and disparities in terms of the raises that people were getting and really wanting us to be equitable in how they look at the salaries that they receive. There were also many different academic concerns, be it from a language lab or which assessment tools might be used in terms of some of our upcoming adjustments that we need to make for that accelerated placement app. And then again, different instances of morale and how people are feeling about those things. Next slide. So why is this problem so hard to solve? The superintendent made that quote, "We've been trying things, but it really hasn't, there's no magic bullet." And I guess that's the thing that I want to acknowledge. There isn't a magic bullet. It's complicated. What it might be perceived as a challenge at one school is something that comes very easily and is a positive part of another climate. But one of the things that different practitioners have been talking about is most of the current things that schools are trying to do only treat the symptom. They don't necessarily go to the root cause. And so an example of this, when I was at Libertyville a week and a half ago, and we were talking about this issue, and they said, we want this acknowledged at a deeper level. Yes, we appreciate the Kona ice trucks. And yes, we appreciate donuts on Fridays, but we want something more substantial. And that's what I think they're asking for, is going to the root cause and not simply treating the symptoms. The other thing is being a part of the process of raising morale is just as important as the actual product. So the kinds of partnerships we build are just as important. Next slide. So one of the things that, again, a model to consider is where you get more clear on what is diagnosing the cause of what different facets of low morale there might be, prioritizing what really is the threat here, what's the perceived threat, and then co-designing solutions. Next slide. So I wanted to point out one area where I think we have shined this year as a model. That would be the Grading and Assessment Committee. So we have identified, our parents identified, that we have a very wide range of grading practices going on currently, as modeled by the giant pink circle, lots of different practices, and wanting us to narrow those into something more consistent and clear and equitable. But the worry is that it would be so narrow that it would be confining, and that it might be so narrow that it wouldn't necessarily be flexible enough for different departments or different freshmen versus senior, and some of the things that we know developmentally are different. And so how do we make sure that we are honoring that that's what people might be very fearful of, but being very clear on the desired outcome? Yes, it's not going to be the big pink large, but it's going to be more narrow, but you are going to co-design what does that green circle look like. So we formed a committee of teachers from both buildings, administrators. We've held a parent workshop, a town hall to get feedback from parents. We've been trying to make sure that co-designing that solution is the kind of way that we're going to work together to lower fear, lower anxiety, and increase teacher voice. Next slide. One other thing that I think is really important is to make sure some of the vocabulary that we're using, because morale actually fits more closely under the climate, but the climate is almost like the weather, where the daily weather, where the climate is much bigger. So I wanted to spend just 60 seconds making sure you understand when I'm describing culture versus climate. So the culture is how we do things around here. The norms, values, beliefs, rituals, just the thing that make D128 D128. Climate is how we feel around here. Patterns of students, parents, and the staff's experiences of school life. So the culture is a product of the relationship history of a school, how people get along, how the work gets done, all of those things, where the climate is a function of how the current staff perceives those relationships now. And I think what we're experiencing when I read all of the different ways the staff is giving us feedback, we not only have climate, meaning morale, people are feeling, perceiving relationships, feeling different. They're perceiving that some of the culture, some of the ways we do things around here are changing. And that can feel very scary, especially if you don't feel like you have enough voice. So again, I really see morale as being a facet of climate, but climate is an indicator of potential shifts you might be seeing, because some of the things we're talking about aren't just technical changes. Next slide. So talking about changes, we have had quite a few challenges as education in the last 5 to 6 years. From COVID, and I have a slide on that in just a minute. But there are many things that we are facing, even tonight, talking about shifting the way we place students in courses, some of the things that we want to do to make sure that our students of color are welcomed in any classroom. Our students with IEPs are welcomed in any classroom. That is the case right now for many, many of our students, but we have that data to show that it's not that way for all of our students. So we have some technical changes that we're going to be making, but we also have some adaptive changes that we're going to be making, things that aren't, they're going to be new for us. Next slide. So some of those things come in a few different strands. This is, again, thinking back to the wonderful mission statement that you referenced that really anchored so much of who our district is and the culture of our district, being daring. That was launched back in the spring of 2018. So the staff here really did a lot of soul searching and said, who are we now and who do we want to be? And did a lot of work implementing that. And then COVID hit. And I put COVID in red for lots of different reasons, but a lot of things got put on pause there. And we did a lot of technical changes. A lot of things were changed for a lot of teachers. And then we were able to return back to in-person instruction. And that's where we started working on our strategic plan. While all of these things were happening, other things were happening in education in the backdrop. Next slide. So we had other significant changes going on in the state of Illinois that some of them we were connect to and in tune to, and some of them we weren't. So for example, we chose to adopt our racial equity policy back in 2021. And we designed those 11 components and we set those metrics. We didn't set deadlines, but we did challenge ourselves to make progress on those 11 commitments. We also started our strategic plan. We had not done a strategic plan since 2009. So this was one other good opportunity with a new superintendent and coming back from COVID to say, where are we going next? In the meantime, we're talking about some of these outside drivers for some changes. We have the Accelerated Placement Act. It was announced, but they sort of gave us a grace period. So it was in the works, but they kept moving the finish line. Well, they're not moving the finish line again. We also have been making some changes to implement our comprehensive commitments. In terms of next fall, we will be implementing our class size adjustments that we made so that all of our class sizes, 90% of them will be 25. So we're not having AP classes that are smaller and college prep classes that are larger. So we plan for that this spring, and that will start next fall. So even subtle changes like that are going to impact staff in terms of how many students they see and things like that. We also have a team working on, again, those recommendations for grading and assessment, and piloting some of those recommendations will start next fall. So again, all of these things are very good things to be doing to improve equity, to be improving how we measure student learning. But again, it's a lot of change in a short amount of time. Next slide. We also have new people. And one of the things that, you know, as board members say, whenever we have an election, if we have one new board member, we have a new board. Well, 2 years ago, we had 3 new board members. And anytime you do that, we have new people here who are going to be asking for different kinds of recommendations. Again, the policies are the same, but how this board views the work that our administration team does is going to take on a new characteristic. Also hired me, our first female superintendent, following someone who had a very long 13-year history in our district. So that was quite something new. Last year, we also welcomed some new administrators. We had some key retirements. We had at the district level, and then we also had 4 new department chairs. We also opened up transition pathways. We brought that program back. Again, a lot of new people, new programs. Next year, we are anticipating a few new people, 2 new department chairs due to retirements. And we also have the new director of college and college pathways, again, due to that pathway legislation being enacted by ISBE. Next slide. So we have our own continuous improvement that we're committed to. We have other changes going on, and we have new people. So we have a lot of things that have contributed to the staff not feeling like their voice is being heard, not feeling like they can predict. You know, some of the people even in the audience here would say, you know, I worked with Rita for 9 years. I sort of know what I would need to do to, you know, bounce an idea off of her. And we have some new people here. Some of those things take time, but time alone isn't going to help us address the work that we need to do to improve staff morale. This is an important issue. So from working with some of the staff and brainstorming some ideas and some of the things we've already started, here are some of the things that we're going to be doing moving forward. We started in the fall our labor management committee, and we will continue that. And we are continuing to find ways to make those agendas more public, to potentially share the minutes, to try and have that be as transparent, because I think having regular meetings where we are modeling that kind of collaborative problem solving between administration and the teachers union is a very positive thing. The second thing is to continue the structure and the practices of the committees that we've started, where we have very balanced participation. We have teachers from both buildings. We have lots of different voices, and making sure that those minutes are kept and published, and that teachers who maybe are interested but aren't serving on those committees are also brought along. Last time, Mary announced our social media campaign for Celebrate D128, and I think we had our first post. We've had 3 so far. I knew the first one was last week. Again, teachers are finding lots of different things that they're already sharing with Mary to make sure that this is going to be almost an everyday thing, I'm sure, between now and the end of school, because we have so many great things going on. One other thing, we have staff wellness in our action plan. We have the idea of health and well-being, and one of the strands is staff wellness. So one of the things that we definitely intend to do is to make sure that at each of our institute days, we incorporate activities that reflect staff wellness, and making sure that we're modeling for our staff, putting time forward for their own well-being. People talked about it in some of the surveys, and they continue to let me know that they appreciate when I am in classrooms and want to see more administrators in more classrooms. And you'll see at the bottom one, that will be one of the things that I set as a goal for district office team as well as for all administrators to be spending more time in classroom learning from and with our teachers. Finally, two other ones, job shadow days. And actually I was brainstorming with a couple of teachers last Friday, and we immediately said, if I could be in that person's English class and if she could come shadow me for a day, that we would both learn a tremendous amount and would have greater empathy for the challenges each of us face. So we're going to figure out some way to have those kinds of opportunities. We also are going to launch a staff wellness and morale team, because this can't be administration thinking they know the answers to what the staff needs to feel good about the work they do here. This has to be us saying we are committing our time. What do you feel would be helpful things? What are some of the things that we're doing that you want us to do more of? What are some of the things that we're doing that you want us to do less of? It was interesting that, again, they talked about wanting to make sure that me and other administrators know our teachers are committed to change and growth and improvement. It has to be with support, with voice, and, you know, with the encouragement and the positive assumption that we all have. And I think we've had that. It just has gotten lost in some of the rapid pace that things have been coming at us. But I am committed to honoring the staff request for this to be a priority. We've already started many of these things, and they will again continue to be that. We will be celebrating Staff Appreciation Week with breakfast this week. Again, that is treating the symptom, but I think the idea of making ourselves present on campus and finding small and large ways to let our staff know how important they are and that we value and respect the work they do, it should be the main focus of every week of our work. So I wanted to end there and ask for feedback from the board. Here are some of the things that we're going to be moving forward with and any other suggestions that you have.
I just think it's very responsive of what you've heard. I mean, I know I was able to attend one, so I appreciate you being responsive to what you heard.
Thank you.
Superintendent, sorry. I think the superintendent roundtables were very informative and a good way to start this process of understanding where the issues started from and finding ways to address them. So I appreciate you putting this together and showing us the, you know, way forward in terms of the commitment that you and the entire district has towards making sure that our staff morale is addressed.
First step to solving any problem is to pay attention to it. So attending to the problem is important, and I value the feelings that our staff has expressed. I understand their frustrations. I remember those days where I was certain that no administrator had any idea what I was doing. But open communication and attending to the problem is a way to move forward. And so I'm glad that you took time, that you carved time out of what is obviously a very busy day to address this. And I hope that people see that it's a genuine move forward, that it's not window dressing, that we're trying to make things better.
I think recognizing the situation is, you know, that was the start and really realizing it. I think I agree with what Don's saying. It's a genuine effort. I appreciate the transparency and just, you know, tell it like it is, come right out and, you know, and work through these things in the situation. So I appreciate that quite a bit.
No one appreciates just, you know, disingenuous lip service. And given that our teachers, our staff are, you know, our biggest asset in the district in doing what we do, I feel very comforted to know that these are just some of the efforts that we're beginning with to hopefully build that morale back and hopefully build some trust back within the district.
Thank you. I really appreciate your support on this, and the idea of just how when we think of what students need in the classroom, it's the academic support and the social emotional support. All learning needs both. And I think about that's what we're trying to make sure we deliver to all of our staff also, is what are the learning kinds of things as well as the social emotional kinds of things that help you be ready to meet the needs of all students. And I look forward to successful implementation of many of these things, because the other thing, some of these things are scary when they're in the abstract and you don't know what they're going to be like. And so it seems sometimes like that's going to be the overwhelming part when we start to implement them. And there will be some bumps, but it also is some of the most satisfaction part, because you start to see growth in students and you start to, I can do this, you know, just as much as we need to build the growth mindset of some of our students, we have to tend to the growth mindset of some of our teachers. We can do this. The talent of our teachers knows no ends. And so making sure that we're supporting people in that efficacy, that I as a teacher can make a difference. Can't do it alone. I can do it with my partners. I can do it with additional resources. But that's what I really look forward to. And I appreciate the board support, and I appreciate my administrative team support, and I appreciate all of the teacher support. I've had some very excellent conversation with some of the leaders in the union, and they have been very candid and very supportive of me, making sure I'm clear on what the needs are and that we're moving forward in a very partner-driven way. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to board policies first reading. I think, you know, everyone's had it in the essence of time. Everyone's had a chance to look at these. I think, Don, you had a couple comments. I'm interested in any quick comments, but I don't think we have to review all these.
So do we want to do an overview with Bryant first?
Just a very brief one. I don't want to set the
It's
record
first
for the
reading.
longest.
So it's first reading, just a brief overview on some of these and maybe why they're coming forward also. First of all, most of these are coming from press policy in their updates for this time of the year. There are a couple, policy 130 school district philosophy. It's outdated just by the schools that we have, and we wanted to update that to reflect, I think, our mission statement and some of our beliefs in District 128. So it is a big, substantial change, but the original policy only cited 2 schools, and we do have 3 schools. The other policy that I want to point out that we've had a lot of discussion about actually tonight is policy 6135, accelerated placement program. And so our team, this recommendation, most of the policy, it came straight from press policy, the recommendation accelerated placement program. Some of it was just slightly adapted a little bit for our district, but reviewed by our own attorney to make sure that everything in policy 6135. So those are the ones I just kind of wanted to point out to you that weren't really in the regular updates for press policy.
Okay, thank you. You had a couple.
Sure. Speaking of 6135, advanced placement policy, there's a line in there about kindergartens that I don't think is necessary for us. It's item C, early entrance into kindergarten or first grade is not relevant. So I think we could probably cross that line out and just stick with an A and a B.
Yeah, we can figure, I see that where it is. I can get that fixed. Yep.
And then the other one was actually addressed tonight in the presentation, so I don't have.
Okay.
And then 6230 Library Media Center. I like the changes that indicate that we're following a national standard. And then there is a spot in there where if a parent has a complaint or a student has a complaint about material that we have on the shelves, that they can request a formal reconsideration. When I looked at that form, it says that from the day that they receive the request, the principal will convene a committee. Everybody on the committee will read the work in its entirety. And then within 10 days, they will respond. Is 10 days enough time to have students, parents, and teachers all read War and Peace?
That could be a big.
Like, do we have to have a timeline there? Like, could it be more flexible?
So when we, because we did look at this, so we already had the procedures and reconsideration procedures in
Yeah.
place. So these are not changed out. And we did talk about that. One of the things that we wanted to be able to do was to get back within a good time frame. And so we did want to put that time frame. I think it also allows us though to maybe extend that timeline if needed in our procedures, but I can look at that again with our group.
Maybe just make it a little more flexible.
Yeah. We were trying to not leave it so open-ended that, we're going back to the responder and say, we're still looking at, we wanted to also put some deadlines in place.
Right. I mean, if it's a small text, something that's, I mean, the agreement is that a person who's making the objection has read the thing in its entirety. In order to be fair and responding to it, everybody on that judging panel or whatever you want to call it would have to have the same opportunity to read it in its entirety. I don't know, it just seemed, if you came to me and said, here, you got 10 days to respond to this, I'd be like, it takes me a while to read books.
Can I interrupt just for a moment? I was late this evening because my dog is ill. I just received a call that I need to get to the hospital.
Oh, no.
So I'm sorry to leave abruptly, but I just wanted to not make a big spectacle, but make sure you understood why I was late and why I'm leaving. I wouldn't leave if it wasn't necessary. So thanks for understanding.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else have any other comments about any of the policies?
I just wanted to bring up something about policy 460 purchases and contracts. I'm interested, I'm curious in maybe starting a discussion about this, but I'm curious to see if other board members would be interested in maybe an addendum or an amendment that to the best of the district's knowledge or abilities, all purchases and contracts would somehow, we could create some kind of assurance that these purchases and contracts will align with district policies, goals, and or possible values whenever possible with regard to equity and sustainability. And I know a lot of those sustainability, not a lot, but with regard to like energy and paper are already outlined in this policy, but I'm thinking maybe going beyond that. So I know there are companies who, privately owned companies who sell to school districts who unfortunately have been in the news over certain positions they take. And I know this may not be popular, nor may it be within the purview of the board. But when we are given taxpayer dollars to purchase with, and we are purchasing from certain private companies on behalf of our students or our faculty, to me, it just seems very clashing and goes against perhaps what some of our core values and beliefs are when we purchase from companies that actively work against those core values and beliefs. And again, I'm just trying to gauge interest if there would, be just some energy behind that, maybe rewriting, rewording, and researching perhaps some of these vendors, purchases, contracts that we engage in year to year. So I don't know if anyone has feelings about that, but it just struck me as, listen, I hate that we live in like an increasingly polarized world. I don't want, us to have to double think every dollar we spend within the district, but there are, unfortunately, I'm aware of a company that we purchase from specifically that works against our core beliefs and values actively. Their ownership does. And so it doesn't sit right with me that we spend our money with them. That's a personal thing I'm concerned about, but might it be worthwhile in looking into adjusting this policy? I don't know if anyone has feelings or wants to speak to it.
Dan, we have to follow some pretty specific laws and rules in terms of how bids are accepted, who we work with in that area.
And before Dan speaks, I do want to note that I'm aware of obviously the $25,000 limit, right? Like that has to come to board approval if we're going to spend more than $25,000 of district funds. But I think I'm looking for maybe a whole new level of research and responsibility on behalf of us as the purchaser for maybe things that aren't like capital improvements or things like that. I know we have to verify that the people we are hiring, have no criminal records, if they're working within our buildings and such. But I guess this is speaking to maybe other purchases, material costs, things like that.
So just one thing to clarify on the 25,000, the requirement is 25,000 requires us to bid it.
Correct.
We have things all the time that don't necessarily go before the board because our policy says if we've already budgeted for it, that we can enact contracts. We try to bring big contracts for you so that we're transparent with you, but just to be clear, the 25,000 threshold, even in our policy, is about when we need to bid it according to state law. And there's even exceptions that, depending on what it is, it could be actually a higher threshold, like 50,000.
Got it.
To the point of the conversation about contracts, I just would want to remind all of us that we are an agent of the state government. And the importance of that is we, as the district, have the ability to violate people's constitutional rights. And so we have to be very careful about anything that we do that may impede somebody's constitutional rights. And one of those rights is speech. We have to be very careful that we do not make a decision based on someone's speech. And there's a lot of things that can mean speech.
Fall under speech.
So we have to be we would need to be very careful about that because we don't want any kind of trouble with that. There's also a sense of inclusivity in our district in terms of like having various viewpoints. So what we just want to be very clear of is that whatever we're talking about, it cannot be viewpoint discrimination or some type of penalty based on their speech. That would get us into a lot of trouble really fast. So that's just some big picture contours to what needs to be around the conversation.
I appreciate that. It may be hard to weigh in without getting into specifics. So I don't know where that leaves us, but
I guess I'm interested to hear from other board members if you would be interested in exploring alternate policy language that Kara has.
I think our current policy language is very comprehensive and covers us well in terms of the requirements we have as a school board. So at this point, I personally would not be in favor of entertaining that.
That's a big ticket item, and without more information, I feel like just from what you said, it would be hard to create a rubric to say yes, them, not them. So I don't know. I mean, it's a bigger conversation than just kind of throwing it in when we're talking about board policy. I'm not saying yes or no. I just think that's a very hard rubric to establish.
I'm also not saying yes or no. I would like more information and some time to ponder.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think for this purpose, for this board, for this upcoming board meeting, first reading, second reading, I think this is a much bigger, much deeper topic than I think what we can get accomplished within the next few.
I guess if we have to agree to this policy,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable agreeing to this policy and saying if
And
it's
then-
something that we need to discuss.
And then do
we
some
can
more
put
research.
that on,
Yeah,
but that seems like a bigger.
yeah.
I just wanted to start the conversation. It's been on my radar actually
Mhm.
for a few months, just this policy in general. I've looked at it previously and I'll just leave it at that. Something isn't sitting right in terms of how we evaluate these various purchases and contracts sometimes just with regard to how they ultimately align with our goals. So we can leave it at that. I'm fine with that.
Actually,
Thank you.
I would just add that, I was thinking about what you said, Kara, and then I was thinking about what you said, Dan, and this, I never thought about it that way, so that was helpful, but decisions I might make as a private citizen and where I spend my own dollar, not necessarily the same. You can't apply those same decisions when you're spending as a public entity. I
And
never thought about that so far, so thanks for.
I really appreciate what Dan shed light on. And, sometimes I wonder if you're right, like I am a private citizen. I have certain, beliefs and what have you. If I'm bringing this before the board as a concern of mine, that doesn't necessarily mean it represents the larger stakeholder groups, right? And if we heard these concerns from other groups also, maybe that would make the case to change or update the language at this time. But if it's a for lack of better words, pet project of mine, I'm certainly, we don't have to entertain this as of yet. It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing me.
Yeah, no, thanks. Okay, any other comments on the current slate of policy changes? Okay, we will vote on those for a first reading later in the month. Moving on, employment of employees. Any very brief overview?
There's some new hires for teachers coming on for next year and a few other staffing changes. And we'll have, we're still in the midst of hiring for next school year, so we'll have added ones for the board meeting, hopefully, and hopefully have most of our teachers hired by the May 22nd board meeting.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, we'll see those later in the month. We have a group of educational tours here that we will be
Yes.
approving.
Can I just say yes? Yes to all of them. They all sound wonderful.
Yeah. Boy, to be back in high school again, it would be really,
They travel more than I did in college.
yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments on those?
I have just a couple.
Sure.
I know sometimes we ask for a little more detail with itineraries and there were just a couple of what seemed like kind of scant details with regard to the LHS wrestling itinerary, as well as the Vernon, slightly lacking for the Vernon Hills FBLA tour to Atlanta. And same goes for the LHS cheer trip. So I don't know if you look at each of those itineraries, you can see there's some very vital information missing in terms of accommodations, how time is being used. It just seems a little broad and not as specific. So actually that led me to another question, which is there an itinerary form or is it a chaperone created document? Because really they do vary in detail quite a bit in this collection of educational tour requests. And might that be something more formulaic or uniform that we need to kind of accommodate these requests in the future?
Yeah, so it's not a form. Every trip sponsor kind of does their own thing. I do think that is a great suggestion, though. We can make it a form so that we can make sure that we have all the information. I know the FBLA, that was one of the latest trips to be added, is they'll be heading to national. So I know they've been working on that. But we can have updated itineraries for the board meeting.
Yeah, you can, I can let you know those specific ones that I found. If you'd like me to send them to you in email form, or I can just, again, list them now. I don't know if you took a note, but.
Yes, I took a note.
Okay.
Yeah, and just from my experience of looking at those two that you asked about, University of Illinois Team Wrestling Camp and then the LHS Varsity Cheer to Carthage. Looking at the dates and knowing those organizations, that's probably as much information as they have from those organizations. So they have like, camp activities 1 to 9:15. It's pretty general.
Yeah.
But they may not have that exact breakdown of like, because they're still collecting from the team. So the number of teams and individuals going determine, maybe all those activities or where lunch is. So in just, knowing from being athletic director before, that's probably all that, Coach Eggert and Coach Vance have at this point. So it's not like they're trying to be vague. It's
No,
just
yeah.
they're finalizing it. And I look at the cheer one, it's, July 14th through 16th. So that's how some of those summer camps are a little bit. So.
And obviously, we're not approving these educational tour requests tonight, but should we expect that we'll have more substantial itineraries available for the board meeting? Or if not this coming, I'm sorry.
You could
to
ask,
push
you
this.
may or may not. I just, from
Okay.
my experience, just knowing, but.
It's for me as a board member, it's hard to see that they're heading to a city, but that we don't have like a hotel accommodation or something pinned down, just even for something as simple as like security purposes, for us to be able to approve it and know our students are going to be traveling safely, and have a kind of a home base while they're out of town. I don't know.
Dr. Sanchez and I have talked about both the forms and the process needing to be streamlined, so that what comes to us, we can compare apples to apples to apples.
Yeah.
If people are turning in their request in many different forms, it makes it very difficult on our assistant who coordinates all this work, as well as it's just easier for the sponsors to know what we expect. Sometimes I think they're not quite sure what we expect. So I do know that that's a project that they'll be working on over the summer, is to.
Right. And if
build those
there's
forms.
a lack of information, because that is just the way it is at the moment, and I completely appreciate that, these pieces of information aren't always readily available when we want to see them, right? But maybe say so, more information forthcoming would be very helpful.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's obvious we have a budget form. And in some cases, they have to identify on the budget housing, but if it's not also identified on the itinerary, there's sort of a disconnect there. So yeah, no, that's a good point.
Thank you.
Any other comments on those? Okay, we will see those later in the month. Agreement for the aquatics club.
Yeah, this is our yearly agreement for, which is now Rise Aquatics Team. So the Rise Aquatics Team primarily uses the Libertyville High School swimming pool, and Vernon Hills Park District uses the Vernon Hills swimming pool. So this is our yearly agreement. They are a private organization, but this is our agreement as recognizing them as our feeder program. And, I meet weekly with Brian McDonald and John Woods and review a lot of our athletics, but also review, the programs and the feeder programs and the new kind of setup that we have with Rise, and then with Vernon Hills Park District has been going well. So my recommendation for the May board meeting would be to sign and agree to this agreement for another year.
Is this the same language we've already agreed to?
Correct, yeah. It's the same as last year. I think I only made a couple minor changes where it really specified more Libertyville, Vernon Hills High School and Libertyville, and I really try to spell out that it's primarily at Libertyville High School.
Okay, any other questions or comments on that? Moving on, consolidated district plan.
Yes, so you have the updated application for this year. And this is something that we have to do just to make sure that all of our grant managers are talking to each other and supporting the work holistically. One of the changes from last year is that the Title I grant now reads that the majority of the funding is being used to support the community liaison position. And this year they also added the bilingual service plan to the CDP. In prior years, that was a different submission. So that is also new to this year's CDP application.
Okay, and you'll present a summary at the board meeting.
I can present a summary, yeah.
I couldn't remember whether this required a hearing or anything.
No.
No, not this one. Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, moving right along, calendar committee update.
Yes, so the calendar committee met on April 27th. Casey was able to join us. It was a very good meeting. We were able to establish some parameters and so now we know that in order for us to be able to have an operational day of school, we know that the most teachers that could be absent on any particular day is 10%. We need 90% of our teachers in school in order for us to be able to run a normal school day without having to, take all English classes in the PE in the gym or anything like that. And so our next meeting is next week. And there we're hoping to pinpoint what that number is for students. What percentage of students do we need in attendance for us to be able to run a normal operational day? I think once we have those two numbers identified, we'll be able to look at the survey we sent out. We sent out a survey to all staff, asking them to identify what days they would not be in attendance to observe a holiday. And then we're also going to be asking all of our families to complete a very similar survey through the registration process. So once the registration process is complete, we'll have a better understanding of what that number is for students and families.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, next item, back to Dr. Sanchez as the grading and assessment update.
Yes, our grading and assessment team has been working very hard. Last Thursday, we met from 8 to 3:30, and we were able to work on the guiding principles. Once we started digging into those, we found that there was a good number of those that kind of just fell under the consistency umbrella. So the whole, all of the guiding principles are aligned to more consistency. And so folks will receive that, well, people that participate in the pilot will receive very specific parameters around assessment and accuracy, regular and timely transparent communication, grading scale, academic dishonesty, behavior and human skills, and the assessment. I didn't put all the details in the memo because we have to share all of this with DLT tomorrow since it's so fresh still from last week. But in those categories for assessment, for example, in assessment and accuracy, there will be guidelines around summative assessments are worth a minimum of 80% of the grade, or coursework can be worth no more than 20% of the overall grade. So each of the categories will have very specific parameters just to help with the overall consistency in course teams from teacher to teacher.
And again, this is not the formal presentation from the grading and assessment team. We had several other formal presentations. I just know that this is something that's been a hot topic. And so I wanted to make sure you understood that the full committee met last week. And again, teachers, administrators, other people collaboratively have been developing these. So you should see them in the near future. It's almost like a way for us to celebrate that team's work last Thursday. So they made some great progress. And we look forward to bringing the final document to you at a future meeting.
If I may, thank you, Yesenia, for leading the charge on this with the rest of the committee. I know this is really important to a lot of district stakeholders that this is addressed. And I'm looking forward to seeing the final product. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping us updated.
Yeah, as far as next steps is we're going to, a small subset of us are going to get together. We want to make sure that each of the parameters has very clear, like non-examples and examples, as well as develop a couple of models for equidistant grading options that people will receive. And so we're going to work on that so that all the supporting details and documents are ready for people.
Okay.
Can you remind me what the pilot, who's going to be piloting this?
So we're going to ask department chairs to talk to their course teams and solicit teams to pilot. We feel very confident that there is going to be a good number of course teams that will select to participate. This will also then give the department chair a year to work with those teams that don't feel they are ready to work on helping them get to a place where they will be able to implement in 24-25.
But again, I think that would be part of the overall recommendation. I know that the team talked about what does a pilot look like. And so that's what they'll be presenting to DLT tomorrow morning. So we will also give our feedback on that. And that will be part of what we present to you as the final package. So thank you for asking about that.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions. Thank you for this pretty difficult subject you're working on. But are we going to see any kind of changes made for the upcoming school year, or we're kind of waiting out? I mean, not waiting out, but we won't see any changes until the following school year.
So we will have pilot teams or course teams that will start implementing all of these recommendations. And so we will see changes in those teams, and we hope to gather feedback from them next year before the whole district rollout in 24-25.
And there are pros and cons to doing it that way. So, and that's one of the things that we'll be talking about tomorrow morning, because you as board members, you know, Kara, you just talked about how important this is to a lot of our parents and families. And our pilot is not going to address all of their concerns. And so we'll have to have a way to communicate that very well, but then also a way to talk about what is going to be that intermediate. So if I have two children, one of them is in an English class where English 9 maybe, and they are grading, they're a pilot class, and my sophomore, English 10, is not piloting it. There still will be differences potentially. And I just picked English just as an example. Actually, I think they're very consistent in their grading. But so we're going to have a different challenge next year in terms of having course teams who are trying to implement these recommendations, but we'll also have course teams who are not. And so I just, you know, whenever that model looks like, it's still going to have some challenges in implementation and in public relations. But I'll make sure both of our principals are ready for that challenge of, you know, it really is, Don, I think when we were talking about grading assessment a few weeks ago, or a few meetings ago, you said, you know, the guru would say, rip the Band-Aid off, that how we're planning to do it is actually more difficult. But we're also trying to be respectful of some of the feedback that we're getting from teachers about too much change too quickly.
Right.
So it is one of those fine.
It's a good compromise.
Yes.
And my next question was, I think what you just said, Denise, and that is, have you looked at any current practices that are good ones that we should continue? And are there some that, you know, if you put the slot scale on it, are there some that are really good and we should keep, and some that are, you know, these are creating a lot of anxiety for the kids? And have you kind of done that assessment?
Yeah, and I think what we are recommending is a good balance of keeping some of the practices that we know are going to support our students more effectively, and then shifting some of those that we know can be detrimental, like, you know, zeros, that type of thing.
So at the next, I mean, at the board meeting, is it too early to think about a timeline of anything here, or?
I think, yeah, we can have definitely a timeline. We'll see what our feedback tomorrow morning is, but we can definitely have a timeline for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, moving on. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Future agenda items, you see the items there. Anyone have anything that they're interested in adding to some future P and P? No? Okay. We have our at least one person for each of the next 4 days in the morning for the breakfast.
Yes, Mary's been keeping track of that.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So if there's nothing else, we will adjourn program and personnel. Do we want another quick stretch break?
Do we know who's doing what for graduations?
Yes.
Yes. You signed up. I don't have access.
Yeah, I added my name to the Google Sheet.
Awesome, great.
I,
And I think everybody.
you want me to read it real quick or?
Mhm.
Yes.
Don had a very popular speech last year.
So at
Don't call it-
Libertyville High School, Casey, Cara and Jim, and Cara will be giving a few words on behalf of the board. At Vernon Hills, Lisa, Don, and Kara. And Lisa, I believe, is giving words on behalf of the board at Vernon Hills. Denise will be at Vernon Hills and I'll be at Libertyville. And then we have some DLT members also attending, Kelly and Dan and Charlotte will be at Libertyville and Vernon Hills, Yesenia, Mary and Larry will be there, so.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Anything else? Okay, now we will adjourn the program in person. Quick 2 minutes.
Are we taking a break? Yeah. Yeah.
As long
right,
as Dan's ready,
let's
we're ready.
Call to order the Facilities and Finance meeting for Monday, May 8th at 9:15 PM. We've already held the pledge. Is there anyone here for public comment? Anyone going once, going twice? Okay, moving on. Right. Moving on to the first agenda item, which I will let Dan take away because I'm still trying to sign back into my computer. The Lake County 2023 Lake County Indemnification Agreement.
It's an annual agreement. You should agree to it.
Oh, you get a gold star.
Next item.
Any comments or questions? This is something we do every year, so.
And the background information is, the why is already written down. I don't need to recite it to you. So if you have questions.
Moving on to item B, capital projects update.
All right, so last month, we said we would add cost and timing to the projects that are there. And so we have done so. And just FYI, there's two links because I can't figure out a way to make a spreadsheet accessible yet, but there's a fancy Grackle thing that somehow makes something accessible. So we've done that. We sat with the architect, went back and forth on a few things to try to price out some of these projects. And so if you look at the attachment, really a very rough estimate in terms of timing. So when we're talking about timing, we're trying to figure out like, what's the best way to articulate and communicate the timing. And what the architect believed was one of the best ways to communicate how many summers would this take to do. So that was helpful to know. For example, the LHS cafeteria, that's not something you do in one summer, but it also won't take 3 summers, but it's something that would take 2 summers to do. And so the rough idea at that point was $6 million. But that's based on, it's not 2 million, it's probably not 10. So it's somewhere in the middle. These are very round numbers. Then the LHS bathrooms, based on our sense of how many bathrooms would be required, because not every bathroom in this building really needs to be renovated. But if you're talking 20 and it's about 300,000 for each bathroom, that's where you get 6 million from. To do those 20 bathrooms, the architect is believing would take 3 summers to do. And it would be something you'd have to be careful and tricky. You'd have to be careful and thoughtful as you go, because it's a little tricky. Because a lot of times when you're renovating bathrooms and you want to make them more roomy, that means you lose toilets, for lack of whatever the better word is.
Facility.
Thank you, lose fixtures. Thank you. And so we have to make sure that the building has a certain number of fixtures by code. So we have to be thoughtful of that during the process too. But that was the sense from the architect. It would take us 3 summers to do about 20 bathrooms at $300,000 a pop.
Okay.
And then, so that's the basic gist of that. So reconfiguring the LST offices, that's about $300 a square foot, 1,000 square feet. Gives us $300. Excuse me, the science labs at LHS. There's 15 labs, 5 prep rooms. They're going through a very similar project like this at another district, and they believe you could do that over 2 summers. It's not something they believe you could do in 1 summer. And so you see the costs associated there. And so you can go down the line. So if you see a really big number in the units, it usually is about square foot, and then we do a price per square foot. Otherwise, it's a price per unit. So for example, at Vernon Hills, renovating the final 4 labs, it's estimated about $600,000 a lab for a total cost of 2.4 million. So that's the sense in terms of the timing and the rough cost. The one thing we don't really have a cost for is the solar panels, because we could guess on the Vernon Hills, but we've not really identified any spot on LHS. So that's too vague. I can't really give you a number at that point. So that's the information we brought back. Given that information, what I am recommending, based on roughly $13 to $14 million of fund balance available before you get close to that threshold, the 25% that we set, I believe the first 3 projects on that list, you could start developing. When I say developing, there's generally 4 phases of a project when you're involving an architect. There's schematic design, which is a very rough idea, but they start drawing stuff and you get pictures, and they give you a more specific estimate. It's still semi-big picture, but you get a much better idea of what you're looking at. The next phase is design development. That is very, very specific. Like that is, you know, almost exactly what's happening at over almost every detail level. And the third phase is construction documents, and that's putting together all the bid docs and all the very specific technical things. And then the last phase is contract administration. So once the project is bidded out, they make sure the project was constructed the way it was bid out. So acknowledging that, you know, developing these projects there's a cost associated with that. And so schematic design is roughly about 15% of construction costs. So, you know, take any of those projects, about 15% that's what you would get, or sorry, that's what it would cost to get a schematic design for that project. So that's the basic information. You know, I think there's fair questions of why not develop more or less. We can. However, I'm conscious of the 13 to 14 million that is available. And if that's the bucket that you're paying for these from, I don't see where you get really the rest from until you get a better idea of both of the first three that are listed. And I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge, like, these are the special projects. We also have a lot of things on our list that have to get done that we need to be able to pay for as well. So like, I'm interested in developing these projects, but I don't want to, I want to revisit the rest of the stuff on our list that are things we have to do. Redoing the roofs, parking lots, that kind of stuff to kind of get back with us to see the whole context altogether. So I feel like you could begin developing on those projects, and we continue working on refining the capital stuff for everything else to give everybody a better big picture. So
I appreciate first of all, I appreciate the links to each one of these projects that has all of the background detail with the criteria and how it was evaluated, because this is what we had asked for. This is a process that has been worked on a lot by you guys for months and by us in terms of evaluation. So it does feel good to have the culmination of this work in front of us and seeing that we now have a process in place to evaluate these. Certainly, this doesn't preclude our yearly maintenance that we do in the summer, that kind of stuff. That stuff still has to happen. But I just want to express my appreciation for the work that went into this.
there's a lot of people, everyone. on
Yes,
this
for
list been
everyone.
involved.
That's-
And you all as well, you've looked at the criteria on the step of the way and suggested improvements that we've taken action on. And we're not done. This was one shot in time. And so we need to further develop this process. Like, we don't do this just once and we're done forever. Like,
Right.
what is the next evolution of this process to, what is the regular rhythm of this process, and then who all is involved? Because right now there was particular people involved, and how can we be more,
But we didn't have a
Inclusive.
process, and now there is a process, so we can continue helping it live and breathe and improve from here. So I appreciate that. Any comments or questions?
So we have 13 million to deal with, but we've got way more than $13 million worth of projects here. Next year, we're not going to have another different 13 million, and then the year after that, another different 13 million. In order to pay for all these projects, we're going to have to come up with a plan, because I think we want to do all of these projects. Once the $13 million is spent, in order to not go below our cap, we are going to have to find a way to pay for projects, and we need to start entertaining that, having that conversation.
Absolutely.
And I don't know how to have that conversation. I've never done it before, so I would be looking to more experienced board members and administration to help think our way through how do we raise the funds to take care of science labs that are way past their prime, and the food service problems that we're having, the bathrooms, like all of that has to get done, and there's not enough money to do it.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, you know, we prioritize these the best we can. You can't possibly do them all at once. So it's more of a timing issue. And by the time we get through the first, say, $13 million worth of these projects, it's going to be several years down the line. And our financial picture may be very different. It may be not as good, it may be much better. So there may be some additional fund balance there, or there might not be. And at that point, then we have to figure out if we have pressing projects, you know, we have to figure out how to pay for those, or how to come up with some funding to do that. Or
I think part of the way we do this is continue to have these conversations and to be honest with the public and with all of our constituents and stakeholders, that this is going to be an ongoing challenge. And, putting these processes in place helps us have a framework to continue to talk about this. Because whatever we decide to do, down the road going forward, or, maybe in the near future, depending on what we decide, the more you can talk about the realities of the challenges we have in front of us in terms of the capital projects that need to be done to maintain our assets and have appropriate facilities for our students and teachers, the better it will be, the more it will be accepted by the public, whatever we wind up choosing to do.
I think it also is good to start having the conversations now, because we have a very positive history of being able to pay for some very large capital without having to ask the taxpayers for additional money. So this will be a new experience for many of our citizens. So I think as we're making that decision about what might be the first 13 million, because the way our deficit projection is, we're not going to continue to have surpluses. We don't want to go in debt in any of our years, but we're not anticipating huge surpluses. So to do anything beyond those first 3 projects would require some additional revenue sources. So I think that us making that clear and transparent to the public is going to be very helpful. So it doesn't feel rushed to people when we really do need to make some more financially different kinds of decisions.
So what does that look like? Do we say that we're going to levy more than we think we're going to spend in order to accrue a surplus and then spend the surplus as it accrues? Or do we do a referendum, or do we borrow money? I don't know any of those.
There are a variety of options. I want to make sure we have all the information in front of us, both in terms of, because again, this list is good and helpful. This is not everything on this list. I need to come back and bring this in context with everything else, which include roofs, parking lots, those kinds of things. To give you a sense of the scope and what we're facing and what we're I mean, you've seen it, so it's just let's re-update it and let you see it again, what we're facing in the next 5 to 10 years. I think the only realistic solution to accomplish all of those would require additional taxes, which means it would require a voting approval by our community. Depending on whatever method, there's a variety of methods you can do. But I think the only realistic way, there are some ways that you can do it that doesn't involve that just adds, you can basically borrow money and kind of pay it back with whatever money you have. But to Dr. Herman's point, you need extra surplus in order to make that payment, because it's a debt payment that you're not going to get any money in to pay for.
Right.
And so those are important things to understand and to consider. So that's probably as helpful and vague as I can be right now. Not trying to be vague. I mean, I'm trying to be as big picture as I can right now without telling you, oh, you do these are your 3 options. Like, we wouldn't be prepared to walk you through that right now.
I think to Don's point, these are not snap decisions that we can make, so we have to kind of know when do we think we will run out of the 13 million and plan and start the conversations before that happens, like a year before that. I don't know how long it takes, especially if it has to coincide with like voting, then you got to coincide, I assume, with elections.
Our neighbors to the east, Lake Forest, had a successful referendum, and it was for repair and things on an aging facility. And from talking with their superintendent, they've been working on it for almost 2 years in terms of the groundwork with the board, showing how they've used the current money very successfully in terms of keeping the buildings up to date. And it is definitely a multi-year process. So
Mundelein just lost theirs, didn't they?
yes, they did.
So
Yeah, certainly not a guarantee.
No, but building the groundwork is important, and these kind of conversations are where we start with that, so.
Yeah, because if you went to the top 3 and just top 3 for now, then you're like 3 summers out and then you're done.
right, and we have to do the science labs.
I need to be honest with you. I don't even know that we need to see everything else first, because once you get everything else first, you may not actually be able to do the top 3. Once we consider everything, we need to see everything on the table.
Yeah,
Right.
there might not be 12 million.
That's why I said, even if you pretend that doesn't exist and just look at this list, still the longest time frame we have here is 3 years.
Mhm.
And if it takes 2 years to prepare for that, by next year, we ought to start talking about this.
Things to think about.
I guess just for direction for Dan and I, would that be something maybe at a summer? Like, I want to be responsive to when you say, we want to bring this back and have more in-depth conversation. And I don't have to have that answer now, but I would appreciate some feedback on what that might look like. So the board felt like we are bringing this list plus the bigger picture and presenting it in a way that you felt like you could start to map out beyond 3 years.
I think
Yeah.
so.
I mean,
yeah.
I think once we get through passing the budget for next year and focusing on that it might be time then to, revisit that, this along with the other projects that we know are coming up, and lay it all out there, be honest about it, and let's start thinking about how we want to go forward.
I would see it as a iterative process,
Mhm.
Yeah, once the budget's all lined up and everything, we'll have one picture. Once the summer, we recognize exactly what we're able to get done this summer and what that leaves us with, and what we were able to accomplish and what's left for the next year. That'll be another point in time. So I think it'll just be an iterative, every so many months, we're gonna have some new piece of information that'll help.
But at some point, we probably need some sort of a presentation about the possibilities.
Right, and some of these, the architect, we have this summer, but we would then need to start making some decisions in the fall about what the following summer would be, because we would want to start some of these and not have a whole gap here of not investing or moving some of these forward. So
Right.
Dan and I can work on that.
Great. Thank you. Moving on, C, resolution to transfer interest from working cash fund to education fund. This is a practice that we undertake every year.
It's an annual resolution. You should pass it. It's normal business.
Alrighty, any questions?
No.
Comments? All right. Moving on to item D, fiscal year 2024 budget update.
So so I provided you an update. Again, I don't need to read it, trusting that you've read it, but essentially we've gotten a sense of, it's funny reading these now because some of these numbers change because that's what happens in this process. We have a sense of where revenues are right now. revenue's up 7%. That's largely because the levy's up 7%. So that makes sense. That's what we were anticipating. A few other things of note, CPPRT is still something that is volatile, that has changed since I put these numbers in. Interest income, I still feel like is good where it's at. And then we've gotten a sense of the other big bucket, which is salaries and benefits. So we've gone through that based on all of the staffing plans that we have. Those are absolutely critical to be able to figure this out. So we account for every person, every position, every dollar, every benefit, things like that. And so for that area, we're in the review period right now. We know we're missing a few things, but we also are trying to double check a few numbers. So for example, benefits up 9.54%. The biggest reason for that is because of health insurance. Got our final renewals for health insurance at 17.5% increase on the PPO, 12.7% increase on the HMO. And we've tried to communicate with our staff and help walk them through what that means for them. But it means more money for us too. And so, but we're looking at that. But for example, when I help illustrate what I mean by we're reviewing, when we crunched all the numbers and looked at every position and every piece of insurance, the amount for health insurance went up like 24%. So that mathematically doesn't quite make sense. But when you look at each person, that's what we did. So we're trying to review this. So that's really John in the business office with the rest of the business office reviewing these details to try to see, like, did we miss a calculation somewhere? Did we count something twice? Looking at those kinds of things. There's a lot of moving pieces to it. But there's a summary report that's a summary level, so you can see what's happening with administrators, teachers, ESP, substitutes is a thing, and then other benefits associated with those. So that's where we're seeing those things go. And then as a leadership team, we're working on everything else. So we are actively working on that and hoping that we'll have things figured out, ready for tentative budget posting end of this month. Still think we can do it. So yeah, those are some of the big pieces in terms of the budget. So
So the public hearing will take place in the June meeting then?
public hearing takes place in the June meeting because we have to post the tentative budget 30 days before you can have the hearing.
Okay.
So based on that timeline, we have to post, it's like May 26th. And then post the notice in the paper, May 26th.
Comments, questions? Thank you for that, Dan. Moving on to E, 1-year renewal with Lakeside Transportation.
Yep. So when you have a transportation, you can have a multi-year agreement, but then it comes to a point where you can't really, you either have to rebid it out totally, or you can renew 1 year at a time. We're in the time frame, as long as nobody else wants to try to get in on it, I guess. And transportation is not something that I find that many different companies are trying to compete for the business. And so we have a great relationship with Lakeside. We are negotiating a 1-year renewal that is not ready yet, but it will be for our May board meeting. So it's really all the information I have right now, other than to tell you it will be a significant increase based on the market and increased costs for them. I'll give you one example. I was at the IASBO conference last week, and I was talking to a bus provider because we're looking at replacing a student activity bus here. And last time we bought one, it was 50 grand. And so I was thinking, maybe 55, 73,000 for the same thing. And even if we ordered it today, we wouldn't get it for 1.5 years. So we're still dealing with supply chain issues on some things. And so Lakeside is experiencing the exact same thing because there's only so many places that make chassis for buses. So we're working through that, and then we'll have a renewal for approval at the May board meeting.
And that's, so we can only do that for 1 year, a 1-year renewal?
Correct.
And then it has to be bid out the year after that.
You can keep doing 1-year renewals by state law as long as nobody else is interested in bidding. So
Oh,
somebody
okay.
else has to give you notice saying, hi,
I got it.
we're interested in your contract. And then you'd have to open it up. But if there's not, you keep going.
Okay.
When I first got here, my first year here, we were facing a very, very, very significant increase. And I couldn't in good faith just like, hi, I'm new here. Here's 30% more for your transportation. And so we did bid it out then, and we got one bid, and it was with one provider, and it's the exact same numbers that I was presented with an renewal on, and we walked through that exercise. And so
This is not unique to District 128. All school districts are facing this, I believe.
correct.
So. Okay. All right, so we will see that for action at the regular board meeting.
All great news, all great news. So.
Any comments or questions? Nope. Okay. Future agenda items, there is quite a list there. Anyone wishing to add or comment on that? At 10:40 at night? No? All right, then we will adjourn facilities and finance.
And stay tuned. We have yet one more meeting.
Yes.